T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
To put out my favorite part, I am dying in the way. Take a look at our town.
And one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. Doesn't feel like it, though. Doesn't feel like it. They got us right perfectly right smack dab in the middle of this 35.55, 34.88 range, which is no man's land. It is no man's land. We had a great push this morning. The aftermarket hours yesterday were just kind of sidewards trading, pretty typical. There was a little bit of a down run right at the very beginning of opening of pre-market, and then it ran up all the way up to 35.59. Tried to push through the 35.55 level and didn't quite make it before it got attacked back down again. Monty coming in with a statement that Evergrande escaped default again by making another payment at the last minute. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at the China markets and see how they did. As a result, the China market was up 0.66% on the FTSE China, and the Shenzhen was up 1.45. So they had a good day. It could mean a good day for us here in the United States. I got an alarm last night that Doge hit 30 at some point. Looks like it got up to a total of 33.92. Nice spike up there yesterday. Hey, we're the only one up in the pre-market right now out of all my things on my list here. Well, let's see. I guess we should start off with BRK-A. Doing it at least one more time, maybe the third time's a charm. Went ahead and took a screenshot of it last night. You'll notice the price, they jumped it up. Interestingly enough, they didn't do it right after the market closed, which was 1600. They were usually doing it about 1630, and they didn't do it at that time. They actually waited until 1700 before actually placing the orders. This time they only raised the price by about a little less than $10,000. $8,000. So as far as Bank of America would have gone with their 908 shares, let's just reverse math it here. That would have given them about $7 million in equity. So I don't expect to see this happen again. They went from 208 million in equity down to 70-something million in equity down to what looks like to be 7 million in equity. So it doesn't look like Bank of America is going to be needing any more equity for Berkshire Hathaway. I don't suspect that we'll see this again. This probably just won't happen again. Take you guys over to the other screen. Log into a couple of my different accounts here. Hope you guys had a great night last night. My video from yesterday got a copyright strike for that Jimi Hendrix song. I couldn't believe it. I was like, man, that song was from 1968. The musician's dead. Surely it must be safe. Nope. Not the case. Ooh, Fidelity is down due to technical error. There we go. It went through the second time. Fidelity is having issues this morning. Technical errors. Okay, it took me about 2 tries to get into Fidelity this morning. Okay, starting in the top left-hand corner, price prediction tally. I think the only person who got the price correct was Stonkmaster. Stonkmaster was the only one who got it right, which was he's filling in for Duncan this week. So Duncan getting the point. I missed it by like 25 cents, 26, 27 cents. I'm trying to think about what I'm going to do for price prediction today. I don't know. I think it might go a little bit lower, just a tad bit. I was starting to feel really bullish about today, but I don't know. There's kind of some trends that are kind of making me think that it's possible we might see one more day here. Short exempt volume. $108.8. Let's see, day over day price, we had a 1.35% increase in price. And our utilization went slightly down to 86.66. Let's take a look at those dark pools. We finished with a total of 60.33 in the off exchange. So I'm not really exactly sure. I actually need to set up. I have an interview set up for somebody that I can interview about dark pools, and it might be really good to kind of get that interview progress move forward, so that I can find out more about it. Because Trey put out a video last night about kind of being wrong about the whole dark pool situation, and basically stating that we're not using the correct terminology. So that could be part of the reason why offexchange.com changed it to off exchange, or sorry, chartexchange.com changed it to off exchange instead of dark pools. So I guess we're just naming things differently now. Looking over on the left-hand side, you can see our estimated current short share interest for the day is dropped down to 16.84%. Let's look at institutional ownership on the top right-hand side. Fourth one down is showing 139,696, and dropped a little bit to 139,670. Max Pain was 37, and I think it was the third day in a row of 37. Today it's 36. And contracts have already the contracts have already been updated. For the options, let's see here. Looks like the big winner is still $40 strike price for calls. Went from 20.2 thousand to 24.3. I tend to think the people who might actually have a chance at actually making some money on this are probably the ones that picked on options around 36 or 37. On the put side of things, highest level of open interest is $30. It was 10.5. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I just changed something. It was 35 yesterday. It's now down to 30. So there's a $10 spread between open interest on the call and put side. At 35 yesterday, it was 10.5 thousand contracts. Today at 30, it's 9.9. So the $35 contracts sold off some of their positions as well. They're making money in the options. They meaning hedge funds. Let's take a look over at Ortex. Let's figure out why our utilization went down just about 1%. $104.57 million shares on loan divided by, oh, that's the wrong, I gotta do the full number. 104.57 divided by our utilization, giving us a total of 120.6 million shares available to borrow. And I'm slow this morning. So that's part of the reason why. Also the fact that the shares on loan dropped by about 1 million. giving them about 1 million more in shares to be able to borrow. I have a screenshot here. Hold on a second. Let's see. Negative 127. It was the last thing that I saw reporting for Ortex. We haven't. It's been a while, I think, since we've seen some of this kind of jagged sawtooth action on loan average age per day, which is very interesting to see. I think they're trying to cover some of their positions, but they're getting older. The older loans are getting old enough to where it's causing it to continue to rise, even though they are managing to cover. It does look like they're trying to keep it under that 72. I think it's 72 days age limit, which right now it's at 74.62. Well, I don't know why it says 72. Maybe that's the wrong one. Okay, it's over here, 76. It looks like they're trying to keep it under 76. We got over to 76 a couple times last week, or maybe it was the week before. But they're trying to keep it under that 76 number, it looks like right now. Here's our on loan amount here, where we dropped from 105.9 to 104.5, so about 1.4 million shares returned. So they found some more paper hands somewhere along the line here, but I don't like seeing this number continuing to drop. We're losing quite a bit of shares here. We were at 114 and now we're down to 104. So we've lost about 10 million in shares back to the market here, is what it appears like. So they've definitely been able to pick up some paper hands. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see. AMC not on the top 10 list. We're in 12th with a 59% buy to 41% sell ratio. GME back on the list in 30th position with a 57% buy to 43% sell. Checking to see how many shares have been loaned. Wow. Like 0 shares being loaned. 0.15 so far. 5.9 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 75,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. This is the dangerous one right here, where there's a lot of people who are probably going to be losing some cash on 200,000 contracts out of the money on the calls. Robinhood is down 0.06% in the pre-market. Whoa, Amazon taking a big dump in the pre-market. Down 4.48%. They had such a strong day yesterday. Let's take a look at that. Oh man, right after market close, they had a really nice strong run yesterday, and then they had a massive correction right as soon as the market closed. Wow, that's rough. That was rough because they went at a total price of $3,500 was where it was at when Jeff Bezos left the company. When I first started tracking Amazon, and yeah, I mean it just they were getting real close to getting back to breaking even from when I first started tracking that. Um, and that's gonna that negative 4% is gonna hurt. That brings the stock price down to 3,300. They were almost back to 3,500. Cinemark is up 0.05. Doge is down 3.67. GameStop is down 0.85, and we are up 0.06% in the pre-market. On this 5-minute interval, what I want to show you guys is I had drawn out that line from like 3 days ago and said, like, you know, this is kind of the path that they're taking us on. They're dropping us down in incremental amounts, and it pretty much held true. You know, this looks like a breakout, but it wasn't. You know, none of the candlesticks made it through. It was just kind of poking its head up over it, and we actually finally broke through that trend as of this morning. So the important part that I want to mention, though, about that trend is that anything below 34.88, I told you, is going to be paper hands. So they found some paper hands back here. They went back up, retested this line here, and dropped it back down. They picked up a lot of options yesterday in the first 30 minutes of options trading. And I think it was because of that run up. The price dropped down, stayed above that 34.88. There might have been one place where it just barely broke past it, like right in here, but we tested it several times at 34.88. You know, they're really looking for those stop loss limits, probably at about $35, right in this range, right in here. And you know, they're trying to get those, anybody who's just not quite certain about the future of AMC. You know, those are the guys that they're preying on right now. And you know, they're looking for those people who want to paper hand away their shares at about $35. So I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't test that 34.88 at least one more time. They might actually get us past it. It just kind of depends on, you know, how well people hold. You know, if people hold, then they, you know, the profitability to knock the price down won't be there. So it really just matters on how many people hold. On a 1-hour interval, we currently are looking like more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI just about average at 49.42. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with just above average at 51.77. And I should just call that average. I mean, it's basically average at 51.77. On a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI just underneath 50, which is average at 45.75. So it looks like we have room to move up here. It looks like signals are kind of pointing in that direction. I'm using Fidelity, Monty. Fidelity's kind of I used to use Yahoo, which I really liked, but Fidelity's is kind of cool because I'm gonna go back to it real quick here so I can see what it is. Yeah, I like how it has the strike price like set right down the middle, but more importantly, what you can't see because I've kind of got the dark screen. So here I'm gonna blind you here in 3, 2, 1. When I make it light like this, you can see the volume levels um, in colored blue bars here, which I think is kind of cool. It really helps to identify like levels, but unfortunately, I took that away because I'm using uh, a darkening mode, a dark mode. Hold on 1 second here, guys. I'm gonna say goodbye to my son. He's gonna head off to school here. I'll be right back. Yeah, just I like Fidelity. I think it's a good. I don't know. I just like how it looks. But congratulations to Stockmaster getting that extra point. I think I'm the only one who's in the running to tie him. I gotta hope he doesn't get a point today, and that I do, just in order to tie it up. See, we got about 20, 25 minutes until we get our pokey stick of volume. Let's go through the news here and see what's going on. I want to check out that Evergrande. I haven't seen that news yet, so thanks for throwing that out there. Appreciate that, Monty. Let's check it out and see. I guess I'll just pull it from Barron's. Embattled developer China Evergrande Group has made a key interest payment on an offshore bond before Friday deadline, according to several media reports. The company made 47.5 million coupon payments to bondholders, according to several people with knowledge of the matter quoted in the reports. Failure to make good on these obligations would have triggered a default on some 19.5 billion of bond issued abroad. I wonder how much money of that came from the owners, the CEO's pocket. I know China had instructed him that he needed to pay his debt with his own money. Mighty Mousy, good morning. It's been a little while since I've seen you. Welcome back. How's that? How's the? I haven't seen your posts on Reddit lately. I mean, I don't know if I'm following. I don't think I'm following you on Reddit. I probably should have done that a while back. But you know, how's the charting going? Would love to hear. Oh, there was I forgot to pull up. Well, I'm waiting to hear back from Mighty Mousy because of the lag here on the live stream. But sorry, blinding you. Here it comes. Sorry. All right, so let's take a look. I gotta enter in the suck, squeeze, bang, blow data. 35.23, and our volume yesterday was atrocious. Second lowest volume day that we've had so far this year at 23,709,200, giving us a negative 8% decrease in volume day over day. We missed beating or having the record lowest day by about 200,000 shares. 200,000 shares. That's it. That's all that separated us. Today's the big day. I'm actually thinking that well, today's the big day in regards to when I thought we would start seeing a price increase. You know, I kind of said 2 weeks out. Mighty Mousy making money. That's good. That's good. I love to hear it. I love hearing that the apes are making money. That's good. Let's see. What was the Oh yeah, I'd kind of said about 2 weeks ago that I felt like we might see a price increase within the next 2 weeks. Part of that came from the idea that in the past, I'm going to pull Ortex back up over here real quick. In the past, typically speaking, whenever we've seen estimated short share interest decreasing, we usually see a price spike up shortly thereafter, and we did. We saw short share interest drop down right here. Two days later, we did see a price increase, but then it dropped down some more. 1, 2, 3 days would have been as of yesterday. So I feel like today we should see no later than today we should be seeing a price increase from that additional drop in that short share interest. However, that may not end up being the case. I don't know. We might have to wait until Monday. Volume is extremely low, especially in the pre-market right now. I'm just not seeing. Oops, I just screwed up my Ortex. Hold on a second. No. I gotta fix that. Hold on a second, guys. There we go. I think one of the things that I'm kind of seeing in the charts, at least for right now, kind of like trying to track out, like based off of some of the information that we've had from the past on how this thing's going to move. I know this isn't lining up anymore, but I'm trying to match up some of the patterns to previous patterns that we had before our run up. And this little scoopy scoop part here that we just had, yep, technical term, scoopy scoop, really is kind of like the second to last day that we have before we kind of move into that area of upwards movement in price. So it does, I mean, this does kind of make it look to me like there's a possibility that we're going to see a little bit more down pricing here. We might see as low as like $34. So if this is this could be today's trading rate here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now as a possibility. But I don't know. We'll see what the day turns out like. Volume is definitely low. Let's see. Mighty Mousy saying, okay, I'm right about today being the day where it starts to move up. I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping so. I mean, I kind of felt like the upwards movement should be within this next 2 weeks, just kind of based off of some of the I think a lot of the similar things you and I both are seeing in the charts. Big green candle coming on the 4th could be a 33% increase over previous day close before retracting back to 20% gain for close or thereabout. I will give you the cheat sheet to follow if you can find me on Astro's Discord. I actually don't know what Astro's Discord is. I'll tell you what, I'll put you. I don't know if you're willing to link it or not, but I'll put you up on the. I'm going to add you as a moderator so you can throw up a link if you want to. If you don't want to, I'm sure I can search it out and figure it out myself, but you might have to give me a little while because I'm and I may not use your cheat sheet necessarily. No offense. It's just you know, I one of the things that I've found is that it's really easy to take a lot of outside source data and have it kind of cloud your charting abilities. I don't know how to say it. It clouds my judgment. So, oh, you don't know how to get a link? Okay, not a problem. I'll figure it out. That's not a big deal. Oh, there it is. Cool. I'll check it out. I'll try to hit you up on there when I have a break later. I don't know if you'll be on there or not, but I'll try to hit you up on that. Unfortunately, I can't really just head over there right now, so maybe around like on my first break, maybe 10:20 in the morning. I don't know if you'll still be there or not. Or I'll tell you what, even better, if you want to send me a DM on Twitter or Reddit, both of those of my accounts are set up here on the page here on the bottom left-hand side. You can just send them to me. You can send that to me through either of those. If you want to, it's perfectly up to you. Okay, yeah, not a problem, man. I understand. Totally understand. Like I said, if you want to use my Twitter or Reddit usernames there to send me a DM, that's fine. I know how that is pulling all-nighters. I spent most of the last 20 or so years working night shifts, so I know exactly what it's like to pull an all-nighter. Mighty Mouse, have you seen the BRK-A? Oh, you know what? I just realized that I'm gonna change this. I can't believe I put BERK. It's BRK-A. There, I just changed the title. Reddit handle is user coldsteel_BOP. And I can send you. Well, I think we were sending messages back and forth on there. I can send you. I can at least try to send you a message. I think this. Hopefully, this link works for you. Yeah, it's kind of funny. There's a particular person that I'm talking to on Reddit who, at first I was really thinking that they were kind of it felt like a shill account. But I've kind of come to the determination that I think it more is somebody who maybe just is just very, very highly speculative of this stock and what's going to happen with it. And so we were going back and forth a lot on kind of different topics and DMs, and the whole reason that they even entertained talking with me was because of the fact that I had said 2 weeks ago that I felt like within the next 2 weeks we would see a significant price hike heading back up in the right direction. And so today's the D-Day. Today's the day, the final day for that prediction to go through. And I'm kind of not one of those people that I don't want anybody to ever really rely on my predictions. I don't think that that's it's not smart to do. It's more or less just kind of like what I think's happening. So, but I can't wait. It's actually interesting. The person that I've been talking to is actually turned around and has a much more positive attitude now, and I'm really encouraged. In fact, there was a point a day or two ago where I was kind of feeling a little down, and they came in with a comment that was just really up about this, being positive about the outlook of the stock, and I was like, wow, that's a change. I never. It's weird how like somebody who normally is the person who's the downer turns around and gives you an uplifting moment. It's kind of crazy how that works out. You never know. You never know who you're impacting. So I do want to remind you guys that on I would assume that you would probably rather Mighty Mouse, just to make sure. I don't want to. I'm a huge. Oh, I am following you already on Reddit. Okay, cool. I didn't realize I was already following you, but I'm a huge fan of keeping people's information and identity or whatever it is that they want to keep private. So if there's something that you post there, just let me know that you'd rather me not show it or whatever, because I don't want to. I'm really not into ruining those kind of boundaries. If nothing happens today, you're done with me, huh? Okay. All right. Sounds good. Well, it's been fun. It's been fun in this role. You know where I'll be when this thing starts to moon. Right here. Oh, that's funny. All right, we got about 9 more minutes left here before we get that pokey stick of volume here at 7 a.m., which I'm really curious to see what it's going to be. Today is lower volume than it was yesterday at this time of the morning. I believe we were at around 40,000, maybe even slightly higher than 40,000 in shares. So I'm feeling like, as it stands right now, that the volume prediction for myself is actually going to lower even further. This is the lowest I go. I don't go much lower than this when I predict 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day. Now, here's the thing. If we have like a midday spike up like we did on June 30th, or sorry, not June 30th, of what was last month? August? September. On September 30th, if we have a spike up very similar to that, at, midday or around 1 o'clock, I think it was, the pre-market volume is, for as an indicator, is just going to be blown out of the water, and so there's just no way for me to be able to predict those kind of things because it's just so random. Once price starts rocketing just a little bit, it's enough to cause investors, retail investors, to come in and just start buying out of FOMO. So if we do see a price hike midday, I would expect that my volume prediction today will be way low. But as it stands, with pre-market volume the way that it is, I'm going to probably be predicting between 10 and 30 million shares traded for the day today, which is extremely low. I don't typically go that low. In fact, the last time that I went that low was probably on, I think it was like, was it the 19th? Let me look back here. No, it couldn't have been the 19th. Oh, the 12th. Back on the 12th of this month, when we ended up having 25.2 million shares traded, and it ended up being the second lowest volume day that we've had of the year, which we just broke yesterday. And yesterday I didn't even predict 10 to 30. I predicted 20 to 40. I still got it, but it was on the low side. So today I'm going with 10 to 30 more than likely. We'll have to see what that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume looks like, though. That really makes the big difference. Yesterday, I remember that the pokey stick of volume doubled the value of volume almost perfectly. That's what I expected to usually see, is about a doubling. So we're at about 30,000 shares traded so far this morning. If it's a doubling, then basically we'll be up to 60,000 shares by 7 a.m., which is just horrific. My key number, the number that I really want to see by 7 a.m., is 1 million. So being at 60,000 shares by 7 a.m. is not even close to a million. A million is a good number. We were halfway there on like last Friday, a week ago from today, in the pre-market, and then we lost all of our volume. And you have to realize too, Israel, when I say a significant increase in price, I wouldn't be talking about like 39 is kind of the number I'm looking at like right now, $39. And the reason I say that is that our current low, let me pull back up my tracker. Our current low is $33.90, which we hit. Let me pull back out here just a tad bit. Let's see, when did we hit that? Right here in the aftermarket hours of 1025. It was pre-market of 1025. So we're tracking new highs unless we break lows, right? So the way that it typically trends is a 15% increase would be the amount that they would have to hit before they could find new lows again. Before they could drop at 20% is what I should say. So if that's going to be the case, then what we should see is somewhere since $44.44, when it got down to $33.90, we should be tracking new highs, and we're not, right? once we hit this 33.90, it went up to 37.85, which was not enough. It needed to be 39 bucks because it has to be at least a 15% increase in price. So, but then they started fishing, because what happened here is when this price dropped down to below that 35.55, which is the 40% or 20% mark down from 44.44, they found paper hands here. There were definitely some paper hands, and so they rose the price back up and stair-stepped it down. And you can see where I drew this line across here. In fact, I could probably, it's a little bit too low right here, but you know, they started stair-stepping the price back down to that 20% line right here, this blue line. Got it back underneath it. Getting it underneath the red line. The red line is the 21.5%, which means there's definitely paper hands going on. So they found some more paper hands, which would probably be this big drop right here. You know, there's paper hands in there, and they stair-stepped it down. If you imagine this portion being gone and you added this up to the top, you would see that it would only have gotten down to about 21.5%. So this is where your paper hands were right here. And so then they dropped the price down. They got it just below that amount, and then they let it release. Right? They let it release. They let it run for a little bit. Got back up to that supporting line, and then dropped it back down into that zone between 20% and 21.5% down from 44.44. And now we're just trading sideways inside that zone. And my feeling is we've broken out past that support line. My feeling is that they might go back down and test this like one more time, possibly this morning, that 34.88. They might get past it just a little bit. And then they'll probably release, you know, sometime midday today, maybe even it might actually end up being on Monday that they let it go. But I would expect this to make it back up to whatever ultimate price it gets down to. If it's less than 33.90, it'll have to go up about 15% before they can start dropping back down again. Well, I'm glad you. I guess I'm glad you're on edge. I don't know. I don't know. I would prefer you not to be on edge. You should be really relaxed and calm. Like this price right here should be not an issue. If anything should be concerning to you, it'd be volume levels. It is Friday. It's also the last Friday of the month. Let's go back and look and see how last Fridays of the month work out for us in the past. The 24th of last month would have been a day. Let's see what we did back then. That was an up day for us last month by pennies, like literally 3 pennies. The month before that would have been the 27th. That was an up day by about 50 cents. 53 cents. The 30th of July. That was a down day for us. '25th of June. A down day. So 50-50 right now as it stands on Fridays. And we'll look one more month. We know what happened in May. May 28th would have been an up. I'm sure of it. Oh no, it was actually a down day. Not by much, by like 40 cents. I would say if I kept pulling all the months, we probably have close to a 50-50 ratio on whether or not the last Friday of the month ends up being an up day. This is the last trading day of the month, though, which is probably how I should really be looking at it instead of looking at I think that's probably the more accurate way to look at things. Looking at the last trading day of the month versus looking at the last day. So if we go to last month, the 30th of September, we know that was a really big day for us. We had like a $3 increase that day, or nearly. It was like 250. And then if we go back to August 31st, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, nearly $4 increase in price that day. July 31st would have been, no, I'm sorry, July 30th. I just told you that was a down one, I think. Yeah, that one was a down one. So, but it wasn't too much. July 30th, it was like $1 down. June 30th. It was an update, but only by like fractionally. May 31st. Oh, we know that's got to be a huge day. Oh, that's not May 31st. Yeah, 31st. Oh, we didn't. May 31st was a holiday. So the last trading day actually would have been the 28th, which that was a down day by about 40 cents. April 30th. Down day by about 17 cents. So again, yeah, still a 50-50, but in the last 2 months, we've had really big up days on the last trading day. So as of more recently, we've had better results. March 31st, down day by about 12 cents, 13, 14 cents maybe. Good morning, Amanda. Okay, there's our, I stalled long enough. There's our pokey stick of volume. Coming in at a grand total of 23.3 thousand, so just slightly less than doubling. Not slightly, it was actually quite a bit less. Doubling would have been, oh wait a minute, actually that might be doubling. 56.48 minus 23.3. Yeah, it was like 10K off of doubling. Yeah, that's low. That's really, really, really low. Yeah, definitely 10 to 30 million prediction in volume for the day today. Definitely. Definitely. Judge Wapner. I got to come up with a price prediction. And this is going to be difficult for me to do today because I'm kind of torn. Like, I feel like there could be a late day drive up in price, but based on charting, I don't know, I feel like I need to stick to my guns. I need to go with my gut instinct. I'm going to hedge off of 38. I'm going to hedge off of 38 because that gets me down to 36.50, which is not that far off from where we're at in price now. So if we only have like a minimal increase in price, I could capture it with 36.50 as a low. Yeah, pretty sure that's what I'm going to do for a price today. 36.50 to 39.50. I think that should, if we do have an update today, I think that should capture it all. There's a very good chance though, I mean, at least based off of some of the pattern charting that I'm following here, that, we finished the day out probably around like, let's see, 1600 would be here. Probably right around like 35 bucks. So maybe just like slightly down. So there's a chance that I miss. Let me think here. What if I pick like 35 to 38? If I pick that, then I miss the top end of a run. I need to try to get the point today if I can. Yeah, all right. I think I'm going to change it. I think I'm going to change to 35 to 38, just because. I don't know. I think I miss it on the top side if it does go that high, but I think it's worth risking for the point if 35 ends up being our closing price for the day today. Good morning, JP. I really want to do 36.5 to 39.5, but I think I'm gonna kind of drop it down just a tad bit, just in case we close at 35. Looking forward to my beer later on. Do you think there's an end run today, JP? I'm kind of hoping that's kind of what we're going to be looking at. I don't know if you noticed or not, but most of the other stocks were pre-market were down. Amazon's definitely taken a beating. Doge is taking a beating. Hey guys, I need to find you guys some new music for the break times. Let me look that up real quick here. But no, what is it what is it about the beer that you're looking forward to exactly? You guys get to hear everybody in the background. We'll be like flies on the wall. Let's see. Man, I got a copyright strike yesterday, guys. The Jimi Hendrix song did me in. They completely removed my video from being able to be watched at all. I was like, Jimi Hendrix, the guy's dead. He's been dead for years. Come on, that's like really, really old stuff. 1968. How do you copyright something from 1968 where the artist has been dead? There are some people seriously holding on. There are some corporations holding on to the money bags coming out of his music for dear life. I've never understood. I think there's inherently some problems with some of the copyright laws that are in existence, like 90 plus years past the person's death. Really? Frank Sinatra is another. Oh, you know what, Ezreal, you're probably right. Good morning, Bad Back. You know, I did a little bit of reading on it last night, Bad Back, to kind of understand, what was going on there, because there's actually only been two artists that have completely, nixed out my entire video. One of them was Billy Joel, which I've heard he's just a complete asshole, anyways. So I don't know if it's him or if it's his label. But there was Billy Joel and now Jimi Hendrix. So, which the Billy Joel one I understood. The Jimi Hendrix one was out of my mind, so I went and did a little research to try and figure out like what was that all about. And you're right, his estate is um, um, in ownership of it, but it's not exactly his estate well, at least according to what YouTube said, they weren't the ones who challenged the video. So it was actually a I'd have to pull it back up and see. Let's see here. Give me a second. I have to pull it. It was like RSM, or it was some. It was three letters. I tried looking it up to see if it was a label or something like that, and I couldn't find. I couldn't find it. Let's see here. Um, SME, on behalf of Legacy Recordings. Copyright owners, SME on behalf of Legacy Ownings is what it says. So I don't know who Legacy is. And usually, as a rule, you can do that. You can go in there and you can actually mute that portion of your video and still have it show up so people can watch it. The unfortunate thing for me is that because my videos are 9 hours long, YouTube won't allow me to do that. They won't allow me to go in. So what I would have to do is I would have to re-upload. I would have to upload the video to myself, go in, modify, and cut out the sections where the song's there, and then re-download the video. Which I don't know if it's worth all that. I don't. It just seems like that could end up being too time consuming for me. Maybe if it got to the point to where I just had to do that, I probably would. Like if every single day they were getting blocked or something like that, I would probably go back in and re-edit them But so far 2 out of all the days that I've been streaming for it is not a bad ratio. I'll just let it ride. I can still view the data and go back and see it. So I guess that's probably, for as of right now, that's all that's important to me. Because I can go back and clean those 2 up later if I decide to. One of them actually was important. The Billy Joel one was kind of an important one. That had some of my data from the computer share. Oh, speaking of which, I got my letter in the mail. I got my check yesterday, guys. So let's see. So it took computer share approximately 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 business days. So they got it to me faster than they advertised. Advertised is 10 business days. They got it to me in 8 business days, and so I have some stuff to show you guys later on today with the computer share. And we can go over it and take a look at it, and you can kind of see. We'll kind of do a little bit of a recap on everything. I think one of the most important things that I want to note about that whole process is that, even though I purchased a single share of AMC through them, I didn't get a single share. And the problem is with that is that there's no way it can be in your name if it's a partial share. There's just absolutely no way. That's not possible. So this whole idea that they're putting the shares in your name in book entry is, in my opinion, it's no different than being in book entry through your regular broker. So this whole idea of it being in your name is it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing as being with your broker. It's the same kind of thing. It's just the only difference is that perhaps there may be like some kind of naming convention on how they report it to DTC, and that's probably about it. Oh man, Bad Back. There's a video out there of Billy Joel basically firing one of his musicians he was on tour with mid show, just mid show, like basically telling the guy he was fired right in front of everybody. I mean, just a total dick move. Like, I mean, I'm a musician, and I have a really good ear for flaws. In fact, so much so to the point where sometimes it's difficult for me to go to a concert and hear the concert because I enjoy the perfectness of a recorded studio quality. And so when I go to a live performance, sometimes it makes me feel a little, I don't know. I don't like the imperfections. I don't like the flaws. But that's just because I'm a perfectionist when it comes to, a recording studio. I have a recording history background, so I just I'm a huge perfectionist. And so I was sitting there watching the performance, and I legitimately could not tell what was the guy was doing. I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell what it was the guy was doing wrong. It was insignificant enough to the point to where it wasn't distracting to me as a musician. And yet Billy Joel basically just threatens the guy and says, you won't be coming back. Get off my stage, kind of thing, and he just blew up. Good morning, Sandy. So, but yeah, he's apparently not a very nice person to work with. Very very demanding. And there's a thing, and I think when I want to say it crosses over into the movie industry as well. But there's kind of this known thing that when you have stage crew, or you have people who are helping you out with your performances, you treat them with respect, because those people are helping you to make your performance right. And even if they're doing a poor job, you don't handle it like that. You can get rid of them, fire them, sure, but you don't do it in front of everybody. You know what I mean? There's just no need to treat people like that. All right, guys, it's time for my break, and I'm still trying to find some music here. I'm determined to find something. 1 second. Problem is finding like an album that's long enough to last for most of the entire break time. It's getting difficult to find music. My mom recommended jazz music the other day, and I tried it out, but it was very. I like jazz music, but it's chaotic. It's chaotic. It's resolving chaotic. I don't know. There's got to be a better name for it, but I feel like it kind of leaves people feeling agitated. And I told her, I said, I don't know if that's a great, I don't think I want to have backing music for agitation while people are watching the stock price. I'm sure there is jazz music out there, genres of jazz music that would probably be more appropriate, but in general, it's just kind of chaotic order. I know that's like mixing two words that just don't even sound right, but a lot of the chord progressions resolve themselves, but in very roundabout ways. And in fact, when I was in music theory, one of my music theory teachers had said that if you play a wrong note once, that's a mistake, but if you play a wrong note twice, that's jazz. All right, this one might work. All right, guys, I'll see you back here at market open at 8:15. All right, I'm back. As Rule, if you're still listening, I play classical guitar. I actually spent 2 years in college seeking a classical guitar performance degree. And the second year kind of led to more of a performance-based background in the second year. And I found out the hard way that I have stage fright, really, really bad stage fright. And yeah, so I actually kind of knew that I already did beforehand. But I thought, maybe school would help me get past that. Not the case. Not the case at all. Really extremely bad stage fright. Now that I'm older, I feel like maybe there's a chance that maybe it's not as bad as it used to be, just because I've had a lot of situations where, like in the workforce where you're forced to present in front of groups of people. So yeah, I know. It's super bad. It's super bad to the point to where, um, I could spend. I think I was spending probably close to about 8 hours a day playing. Um, and you have, by the end of the year, part of your grade is performances, and I can't remember what the name of that stupid thing is where you have to sit down in front of the. I always forget the name of it, but anyways, you have to sit down. Your grade, your entire semester grade, is based on your performance in front of 3 department heads. And you sit down and you do your performance, and it's usually 2 songs that you have to have memorized. They're pretty long pieces, and they're required to be within a certain length in time, and completely memorized. And I actually got through those. Those weren't bad because it was just 3 people, and the directors, or the department heads already, so it wasn't that bad. But I found out in a couple instances that when I'm put up in front of large crowds, 3,000-4,000 people, that I have severe stage fright, severe. And it's actually not so bad if I'm in a group setting and I'm in the back. But if it's where I'm the solo piece or I'm in the front, my mind goes blank. Like, I don't know what it is, but something happens, and I get triggered, and my mind just completely goes blank, and I panic, and I can't remember anything. So yeah, and that's really difficult. If you want to make a living out of performing, having stage fright is not really acceptable. Active Douglas says, I'm the opposite, shy in person but don't mind speaking in large crowds where I don't know anyone. I think it's normal to be nervous, though. Even the best of the best say they do. Yeah, they do, but they still get through it, though. They don't have moments where they completely blank out and can't remember a damn thing. Like, I can't even remember my name. It's really bad. And I think, there's tricks that you can use to get past some of that kind of stuff, like you're not staring at people in the crowd, like just kind of looking past the crowd, which is actually kind of one of the things that helped me out a little bit. But if I accidentally look at a specific area or see a specific person, and sometimes the lighting is actually really great for that because you can't see anybody in the crowd, and it really kind of alleviates the awkwardness of looking at some individual. But if I make a mistake of like looking at an individual, just I turn off like a light bulb. I actually can do, as a rule, I can do karaoke. That's not so bad. I'm talking like it's doing something in a small setting, where you're familiar with a group of people or something like that. It's not so bad. I'm talking like performing in front of like 3,000-4,000 people, and it's I don't know. It's different. It's completely different. Everybody's there to watch you, and you're just like, yeah, it's different. It's totally different. I'll do karaoke with you anytime. I'm not the best singer in the world, but I'll do karaoke with you. If you guys want, I don't know if you can. I'm not trying to plug myself at all, but I did write it. I've written a couple songs and I've posted them on YouTube. They're there. You can find them. I think if you go to my channel, and these aren't classical pieces. These are just fun songs that I wrote. But if you go to my YouTube channel and you look at like I think my I'm not sure actually what it is. Let me check and see what it is under. No, it's not liked videos. Oh, if you look up Pineapple Butterfly, I think it shows up under my channel somewhere. You might have to look for like saved videos or liked videos or something like that. You'll find Pineapple Butterfly. That's me. And it's kind of cringy. You know, I'm not the world's best singer in the world, but you know, it's all my creation. It's mine, and I don't care what anybody else thinks of it. But under that profile, the one where I did Pineapple Butterfly, you'll find a couple other songs that I've done in there as well. And some of them are a little bit better, some are worse. But yeah. Just don't make fun of me. None of them are technical pieces. There's nothing that I've put online. You know, because when I told you that I did classical guitar performance, um, that I mean, they don't have. I want to be a rock star degrees in college. You know, which wasn't really necessarily what I wanted to be. Wasn't necessarily wanting to be a rock star, but you know, I there was actually more than just the stage fright that stopped me. Jazz stopped me as well. When I was sitting there telling you about jazz, um, jazz is extremely, unless you really know your way around a guitar really well, um, jazz is really difficult to play on a guitar. And one of the things you have to do as a musician is you have to be part of the bands that are at the college. And so they forced me to be on the jazz band. And you know, I just didn't know jazz chords. I really didn't know jazz chords, and nobody was there to help me. So I was on my own. None of the teachers taught jazz guitar, so it was pretty much just like be in the jazz band and figure it out on your own. And that was, you know, the extent of the teaching. And I didn't like that. That was really, really difficult. It was very easy. You know, I actually got together with an actual jazz guitarist, and he showed me a bunch of tips and tricks and stuff like that on the sides. It was just somebody off the side that I was able to get with, and it was super easy stuff to play. But if you just don't know, if you don't know the shortcuts to a lot of the jazz augmented chords and whatnot, you just have to play it for a while before you get a hang of it. It's not a matter of technique, it's a matter of just knowing tips and tricks to playing portions of chords faster. I completely agree, Badback, and I don't play for other people. That's part of one of the reasons why I stopped. Good morning, Paul. That's one of the reasons why I stopped doing what I was doing with music, because I really felt like music was more for myself than it was for anybody else. It made me happy, and and it was more. I guess a little bit of part of me was dying inside as I realized that it was becoming a business, and I really just didn't like that. And so I kept it about myself and wanting to make myself happy. And that's really, so it kind of ended my career in music. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and start up the morning intro here because it is time to open up this market. Let's see what we got going on here. I'll see you guys here on the other side of the opening.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
To put out my favorite part, I am dying in the way. Take a look at Eiffel Towers, never trust in their lies. Sipping lemon yellow booze,
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. Off to kind of a low start today as far as volume goes. We had enough volume this morning to support me lowering my volume prediction from 20 to 40 to 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today. Now, if we have a little bit of a run up in the late afternoon, much like we did on the 30th of last month, there's no way for me to be able to predict that kind of a thing. So we'll take a look at how things are kind of running later on, but I'm really not expecting to see a whole lot of volume. The bottom floor, which you guys will notice that I just kind of bet JP or Alfred a bet, which he just said I'm on, that we're going to do, he's betting on a floor of 33 and I'm betting on a floor of 34. So we're betting on a beer it is. So Ivan Octavian saying, I think today we'll get to 38. I got a good feeling. I actually have a really good feeling about, I actually kind of wanted to hedge off of 38 was the number that I wanted to hedge off of as a closing price. And I was going to do 36.5 to 39.5 based off of the kind of price predictions that were allowed for $3 range. However, I went ahead and modified mine just slightly because I kind of wanted to catch the bottom end of what I thought could be very possibly just in case it didn't go as much up as I thought. So I went 35 to 38. I have a feeling I'm going to end up regretting it later, but 35 to 38 is what I set up for a price prediction for the day to day. Eric just sent me a text. He's saying 35 to 38 as well. Let me change his numbers. I guess I should put this on the screen so you guys can see. Eric's going 35 to 38. Adam has sent me a text. He is going 34 to 37. And I have not heard from Stockmaster yet, who's filling in for Duncan. Let me see. Let me tweet him. Nope, there he is. He's here. 35 to 38 for Stockmaster as well. Okay, well, Stockmaster is going to, if for the most part, the only person that can catch him on the weekly price predictions is going to be myself. So there's no way I'm going to be able to catch him if we've got the same price prediction, which we do. So very interestingly, 3 out of 4 of us have picked 35 to 38 as a price range. Adam being the only one who's come in at just slightly $1 less than the rest of us. So, some billboards up. I don't know why the bet wouldn't be paid, Crazy Pepe. I'm a man of my word. And if I have to send him enough money to buy him a beer, I will. I'll send it to him. It's very easy to send people money these days through apps. And I am definitely a man of my word. I will honor my bet 100%. And I think JP's a man of his word as well. So I'll bet you a beer that you're wrong. I think that bet will be paid. Consider an electronic shake of hands, JP. I have electronically shaken your hand. Wait, I think there must be a. Surely there must be a handshake sign. And if there is, I'm not seeing it. Where is it at? I don't know, this looks more like a clap to me. There you go. It's supposed to be a handshake, JP, but that's my, oh, here, wait, here we go. There it is, I just found it. There you go. Handshake. Yeah, the bet is that I don't think that it'll dip below 34. So you're saying basically if it dips below 34, you win. It doesn't even have to dip below 33. because once it dips below 34, it's into the 33 range. So if anything below 34 and you make the you win the bet, is what I'm saying. Buying a beer is not a hard thing to do. Not a hard thing to do. That's why I like betting small amounts. I think it's more fun. It's more fun when you bet realistic items. You know, you bet somebody unrealistic items and the payment never happens. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But I am a man of my word. Integrity means a lot to me. I'm gonna get in trouble for supporting bets on YouTube. They're gonna shut me down. They'll be like, "Nope, you're doing active betting on your channel. We're shutting you down." All right, let's check out a few things here, guys. There was one thing in particular I wanted. Oh yeah, today's title for the show is Third Time's a Charm, BRK-A Fudgery. So yeah, that happened again. It happened one more time. I think it will probably be the last time that we see it happen, and I'll show you why. The first time that they did it, Bank of America would have made about $208 million in equity because they own 908 shares. The second time they did it would have netted them probably closer to high 70s, 80. I think it was somewhere around 70, $80 million in equity. And then yesterday's value would have been like 6 million. So this is the values that you get right here. Berkshire Hathaway. So normally what they've been doing is at 1630 is when they've been pushing the price through. Yesterday it happened to be at 1716. So it was interesting to see that they did it a little bit later in the day than they had in the past. But the run up this time was less than $10,000. So it was really, really small. Almost something you could probably miss. But yeah, that's what it drove up to. And of course, if we drive over there and check it out now, you'll see that unless you looked at the timestamp in sales, you wouldn't have seen it because it won't. It actually clears it off the charts when you go to check it later. So if I come over here to BRK-A and I look at the aftermarket hours, you barely even see the jump. Right this is the jump right here though, and it barely shows up. And you can see obviously that the price corrected itself and then some. So once market opened. It's interesting to me to see that there's actually no bids and asks values. Nobody's selling. Nobody's selling or buying this stock. It's completely dead. There's nothing showing up over here. I expect to go down a little bit, probably even a little bit beyond 34.88. I think they did find a few more paper hands, but it'll probably be the last time that they try to push this down. I'm not sure if it'll break past it or not, but if it does break past it, it probably won't go too much further. That would be my guesstimate. Although options, I don't know if that's what JP is basing this off of, but the options are kind of signaling a little bit towards closer value to 30. The highest amount of open interest this morning was a $30 strike price, and it was 9.9 thousand in open contracts. And the runner up to that would be the $35 strike price. So that may be where he's kind of drawing that 30, 33, 34 range from. But they're going to have to find a lot of paper hands, I think, to drive it down that far. And here's the other thing. So far this morning, they haven't borrowed a whole lot of shares. This, in fact, today was probably the lowest I have ever seen it. The most I've seen them borrow today so far is 150,000 in shares, and that's it. That is super, super low. I don't know if you guys heard the news last night, but apparently Citadel took out a long position against AMC. So it looks to be like they're starting to bet on AMC, not against. So that's kind of interesting to see. And if that's the case, you know, it looks like they may be trying to make some money on a run up in the near future. So that's something to be watching for. No, it does happen, Ivan. It does happen. I mean, there are definitely people that, you know, possibly got in at 40 or $50. You know, they've seen their total earnings drop more than 20% on however much it is that they put into the stock. And you know, not everybody's built to hold. Not everybody's built to buy and hold. Not everybody follows the golden rules of not investing more than you're willing to lose, right? And when you start deviating from some of those really good practices, you're setting yourself up for psychological failure. Because this is so abnormal to what it is that we would normally do for a stock, right? I mean, most investors, I think, would probably sell after like a 7% loss or something like that. You know, you wouldn't take a 20% loss to the face. You know, that's like your opponent saying, lay down on the ground, I'm going to teabag you. And you're like, okay. You know, it just doesn't happen. Like people just don't sign up for that kind of stuff. So, you know, there might have been people who got in at $40, you know, at whatever point in time, and it happens. You know, it's just part of the process. But you know, it's one thing can be said about low volume is that the price can be affected both directions very, very easily. I know you guys hear me say that all the time. JP's kidding, by the way. JP's kidding, and it's very likely that his Australian, it was Australian, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken, I think it's his Australian humor coming through. May not translate very well. Australian and Spain. It's his Aussie Spanish. It's a what would that be? Auspish? What would you consider yourself? Um, would you consider yourself a Spaniard, or would you consider yourself an Aussie? Just out of curiosity. Looks like the stock market as a whole is kind of running down right now. We'll take a look at everything in about 10 minutes from now. Well, Ivan, you're diamond handing. You're forming your diamond hands right now under pressure. So congratulations. You know, I took let's see, I think I originally got in. I thought I said 14, and then I went back and looked it up one day, and it was like $13. I got in at 13, and it dropped all the way down to 5. So I took more than a 50% hit before I started making money, which was really rough, honestly, to see. I mean, I had never invested more money than I was willing to lose from the get-go, because it was all just kind of my play money, and initially, and so I kind of got a little pissed off that, you know, I lost half my play money, but you know, I started looking at it. I was like, you know what? When it got down to about $6, I was like, there's no way this stock is worth 6. I know it's going to be going up, and so I started doubling down on my bet, and started. It was right around the time I had just started watching Trey, and I started doubling down, and then all of a sudden Trey's like, "I'm doubling down," and I was like, "Me too, Trey, me too." So yeah, I feel like on this stock, you have to kind of build diamond hands with the pressure of price failure. I want to say like 90% of the people that I know have only lost money to begin with on this stock before they can make money. In fact, I think I only know of one person who got in and never had to experience a lower value than what they got in at. All right, so it looks like we tested that 34.88 price value. That's the 21.5% that I told you guys. Anything beyond that 21.5% is typically paper hands that are happening. Now, usually on drops like this, this doesn't look like a real hard drop. Like they dropped it, let it go a little bit, see if it would drop on its own, and it didn't. It started rise, so they started dropping more, let it go, it ran back up, they dropped it some more. They're probably going to let it release here in just a second at 34.88 and see if it doesn't drop some more on its own. Very much or very similarly to like you saw. Where's a great example of it? Probably this one. It's right here. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, that's the one. Much like this one. There's some stair-stepping action going here, but there's some spots in here where you can see it's dropping a little bit harder than usual. I think the paper hands were probably happening in some of those harder periods of time, right when we hit that 20%. It was right on the 20% at 35.55 from 44.44. Oh man, I love Dave Matthews. Crash Into Me. It's a good song. I never heard Trey say that he had sold his position. Can you link me to that video, Badback? Because I had never heard him say that before. I can't say that I'm, I don't sit there and watch every single one of his videos, but I just don't ever remember hearing him say that. I'm pretty sure that would have been pretty big news. We got about 7 more minutes, guys, and we'll do the technical analysis. Dogecoin has taken a pretty big hit. They had good gains yesterday of like 30% or so, but they're actually down pretty hard right now. The only stock out of all the ones that I have monitoring over on the side over here that's up right now is Robinhood. Okay, there you go. There's the push past the 34.88. This will be and it's actually a pretty hard push. They had to push past it pretty tough, pretty hard. You can see there's not a whole lot of walls set up until we get down to 34.50. Keep dreaming, JP. Keep dreaming. You'll wake up here. Let's see what I was gonna put up here. I think there was some news I was going to. Oh yeah. There's a video out. Sam put out a video about. I'm not sure if I'm going to play it. I think he wants the community to see it, so I feel like it's maybe okay for me to put it out there. And it's only a couple minutes long. So perhaps maybe after technical analysis, I'll play it for you guys. Also, Adam Aaron put out a tweet asking us if we want or if we think that they should do Shiba Inu for a cryptocurrency that they will honor and accept. And I started and wanted to say there's 4 choices. You can say yes, for sure. Yes, the more the merrier. No, you have enough choice. Or no, don't take Shiba Inu. And I almost said no, don't take Shiba Inu, and then I started thinking about it. I was like, why would I say that? I really don't have anything against it. It's one more way that AMC can collect money, and so I went ahead and voted yes, Shiba Inu for sure. But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of cryptocurrency, but if people want to pay for it and use it, I guess whatever. That's their choice, and so why not let AMC? Why not suggest that AMC should do it? All right, I've got Sam's thing queued up here. So we'll take a look at that as soon as I get done with technical analysis here in 3 minutes when I start it. Yeah, I know. I think that's the idea that people are paying with cryptocurrency kind of seems like counterintuitive. Like I mean, I feel like most people would convert it first before paying with it. But it's possible. There might be some people who are doing that. All right, 3468 is not the lowest we've seen. Our lowest so far is 3390. So 3390 would have, that's what we would have to break in order for us to set a new low from the last high of 44.44. So we'll see. Monty says he's been Monty, that's an amazing amount. That's awesome. That's pretty healthy amount of shares. And I've been trying to suggest to people over and over on the channel here that it's not about necessarily having to buy in big groups of shares. If you just buy one share a week, that single share could be worth 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Who knows? Whatever the price gets up to that you end up selling it for, that share is worth that much more. So even if you're just buying 10 shares a week, whatever amount it is that you're buying, and it doesn't have to be big increments. You don't have to save up all your money and convert it all, and just buy one share. That's 30 at this point, $35. And JP wants to get married. Uh-oh. You know what, guys? I hear something. What is that I hear? Wait. He's back at it. Bad back is at it. All right, it's 9 o'clock. It's time to. I'm not. I'm not gonna look at what you wrote, bad back. I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna switch over to the other screen so I can't see it. Okay, this is the first technical analysis for the open market period of time. So let's go through things a little bit slower than we normally do. Let's see here. We've got price prediction tallies for the day. Yesterday, I want to hats off. It says Duncan Stonkmaster, sorry, is covering for Duncan for the week. Duncan's a little tied up and busy. He earned the point. The only person to earn a point yesterday. I myself missed it by just a little over 25 cents on the price prediction. And unfortunately for me today. He picked the same exact price as I did, so there's no way for me to be able to beat him out for the week. He's going to be the winner for the week, irregardless of what the results for today are. So congratulations to AMC Stockmaster on the win for the week by getting the price right yesterday. Moving down, short exempt volume was down even lower. Go figure, right? I mean, we had like second lowest volume day we've had this entire year. So of course, short exempt volume is going to be really, really low at 108,000 shares. Utilization it also slipped a little bit by about a percentage point, 86.66%. Day over day price increase. We had a price increase yesterday of 1.35% for the day. Off exchange. Let's see where that's at. I'll go ahead and start refreshing screens now. Currently in off exchange, that's actually a lot higher than what we would normally see. 53% is usually what we see about this point in time, and it's up at 59% right now. So that's actually really super high. I can tell from what's happening right now with the price of the stock that I think that they're stuffing a lot of shares into the off exchange in order to keep the price from rising up. But it doesn't, they're really not breaking it down super hard. So there's that to be said. I think they may have exhausted the ability to find paper hands at this point at this level. I think they've pretty much reached the maximum capacity, at least based off of what I'm seeing. Let's see here. Got to refresh a couple different screens. All right. Move that over and move this over. So currently they have returned 220,000 shares this morning, which is going to lower our estimated current short share interest of the free float. Let me log that data first real quick. Yesterday they returned a total of 127,000 shares. So our estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 16.8%. Our highest level, moving up to the top right, institutional share ownership, which is like the third or fourth line down, I think. If you look at that one, I'll update it. It's showing 139.67, 139 million, 139.67. Now it's 139.707. So it's gone up. Institutional ownership has gone up to just a slight bit. Since I started tracking this about 2 weeks ago, this is like the end of the second week. It was 138.066 shares owned by institutions. It's now at 139.7. So we've had a 1.7 million increase in institutional ownership since 2 weeks ago. Today, moving down from there, today our max pain is $36. It was 37 for 3 days in a row. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday were all 37. It's now decreased to 36. And let me update the options page. I did have a question earlier this morning about where I was getting the options data from. What site am I using? I'm using Fidelity. Fidelity has an options page that you can look at. If you guys ever have questions about where I'm getting data from, I am definitely more than willing to give you guys that information. You know, you don't. I don't have to be your complete source for information. You know, if you want to look it up on your own, and you know, that's completely cool. I'm cool with that. You know, more power to you. I'm an enabler here. I'm trying to make you guys self-sufficient. So I'm definitely willing to give out information. Right now, the highest amount of volume at a $36 call price is 4.7 thousand contracts. So yesterday, we ended the day with the highest volume at $37. Today's signaling at 36, which is max pain. And what did I say? 4.7. 4.7 thousand contracts. On the put side, 35. That is up from 34 from yesterday. 35 with 4.9 thousand contracts. So more put contracts than call contracts, with 35 being the low. There's a $1 spread between the two, which is signaling towards like a 35.5, perhaps closing for the day today. And at least that's what the call options are kind of looking like, or not, sorry, the call options, but the option spread is kind of building a case for 35.5 for close. But we'll see what happens throughout the day as the day progresses. Taking a look at Fidelity, I believe we were in 12th position an hour and a half ago or so, or when I first started the show this morning when we were looking at it. Looks like we slipped down to 18th position, but we have a really strong buy to sell ratio. 67% buy orders to 33% sell orders. So we're looking really good on that. GME was actually in 30th position. They made it back onto the list when I pulled it up this morning. They've actually increased their position to 22nd, which is looking really strong for them. I'm loving the fact that they're building up volume. That's great. 72% buys to 28% sales. They've always had a really good buy to sell ratio. Really, really, really good. So this is good. I love seeing this. I love seeing GME back on the page again here. This is awesome. Good move for everybody. Let's see here. Shares that they have borrowed so far this morning. Oh. It looks like I might have missed some numbers. They borrowed and I missed it. Because I'm sure this was like at least 1.1 earlier. You know what, guys? Give me just a second. I need to go back. I need to go back in my show on the live stream, and I need to just kind of look at that data really quickly because I need to pull. I need to see what the data was earlier and see how much they've loaned. Sorry, give me just a second. Okay. Yeah, it was. It was 1.2 million. It was 1.2 million, and they took it down to 850,000. Okay, so I needed to see this data. This is good. Let's see here. So 1.2 down to 850. And then another 100K there. And then they had 6.9 to 5.5. So 1.4. Okay, so it looks like our total is 1.85 million shares having been borrowed on top of the 0.15 that I saw earlier this morning, giving us a total of 2 million shares being borrowed for the morning so far. Those sneaky bastards, they got past me. All right. 3.2 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 63,000 out of the money contracts for the puts. This number got higher. It was 200,000 a little while ago. It's now down to 216. Likely because we're in the $35 range, $34 to $35 range. Yeah. What I guess I forgot to put up Vortex for you guys. So what do we got here? On loan amount and on loan average age per day. So I guess what I want to show you guys, basically kind of what happened was we lost about 1 point, let's see, on loan amount yesterday was 105.9 and it dropped down to 104.5. So 1.4 million, they basically found or were able to recover 1.4 million in shares to cover some loans. The on loan average age per day started ticking back up, which is very odd, right? Like if you cover loans and your average age per day is still ticking upwards, then what that tells me is that they're paying off newer loans instead of older loans. And I'm not sure for the reason for that, but you know, they're obviously not paying off. Well, actually, I do know the reason for that. They're paying off the newer put positions more than likely, and not the older ones, because the older ones are still out of the money. So you know, they're probably collecting on some of their puts. Which actually we did see that. We did see that at the what was the $35 range. We've seen that over the last 2 days. They actually did cash in on some of those. So, but yeah, utilization went down just a tiny bit day over day, and that was because some of the shares that were returned, and then also because the amount of shares that are available to loan increased from 15.08 to 16.09. And the total amount of shares available to lend in total is 120. So that number dropped about a million, or almost 2 million. Taking a look at the market. NASDAQ is down 0.39%, the Dow Jones is down 0.03%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.25%. The market is slightly advancing with 3,564 advancers to 3,479 decliners. Robinhood just went negative. They're pretty much breaking even right now, but they just went negative. Looks like red across the board here. Oh, they just swung to positive. Negative, positive, negative, positive. Look, kids, Big Ben. Amazon is down 3.6%. Cinemark is down 2.97%. Doge is down 4.95%. GME is down 1.48%, and we are down 1.11%. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow. 8-point spread, more outflow than inflow. And let's check our volume. $42.19. 42.19 is the current pace that we're on for shares traded for the day. I'm estimating between 10 to 30 million shares. On a 1 hour interval, I would say just slightly higher buying pressure than selling pressure, not much. RSI at 40.37 and dropping. It's a win. The 1 hour interval is a win for us, but it's not a good one. It's not a healthy looking win. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 39.99. and a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. So no wins, two loses, or 30-minute interval and 5-minute interval are looking bad, but the 1 hour interval is not. It's kind of borderline. It's just kind of a. But we are oversold on the 5-minute interval at 29.53 on RSI. So we've already had a dip down once on this. Let me check Bollinger and see what that thing's looking like. How did that get zoomed in so far? Oh man, JP's. I can't see what JP's writing right now, but I can only guess what he's rubbing his hands together like good old Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Excellent, excellent. I can feel it. I can feel it. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Where is that page at? Oh, I didn't do that. Did I really? I did. Damn it. Let's see. Stonko tracker. Switch. There we go. All right, so here's our Bollinger. I have 3 sigma set up on my Bollinger, so anything outside of these should be like 98% of the data should be within these red lines. So obviously a little bit of a unusual movement right off the bat going up. That's something to be wary of, possibly a bull trap. Then they've short ladder attacked the price down to here and just kind of let it run for a little bit to see what would happen, and then they started pushing down some more. So this to me, and based on some of these candlesticks right here, this to me shows that there's definitely some paper hands kind of happening in this range here. It doesn't look like a whole lot though, because it looks like it's forced. It's forced movement. I mean, you can definitely tell, like right here, very forced movement. Volatility is starting to increase as you see the 2 red lines separate. That's volatility. Cinemark announces heightened focus on gaming initiatives. Cinemark Holdings Incorporated, one of the world's largest and most influential, I love how they rub that in there, influential movie theater companies, continues its endeavor to bring more than movies to its theaters, further solidifying its position as the it just cuts off it as the this is a quote here. It says, "Our big screens, booming surround sound, and ultra comfy seats create an unbeatable immersive environment for varieties of gaming experiences, and we are thrilled to provide players with an incredible setting to enjoy their content in a new and exciting way," said Justin McDaniel, Cinemark's SVP of Global Content Strategy. Cinemark is constantly evolving to provide our guests the ultimate entertainment destination. We're excited to bring gaming and theater closer together as we continue to innovate and provide an exciting communal experience for all aspects of the gaming community. Ooh, I got some heartburn this morning. Yeah, so our competitor is definitely going to try and beat us to the table on that one. I can understand why. JP, I'm looking at some data here that definitely puts us like really, really close to you hitting your numbers. Really super close. Like, I mean, you might win by like a couple cents. Close. Good morning, Punksies. All right, let's see what you got. You guys wrote a lot here. JP says he likes Belgium. I don't know how I can get you a Belgian beer, JP. You know, I might just have to send you some money. Sorry, I'm just reading through what you guys are writing here. I don't know. I mean, based on the data that I'm seeing right here, JP, and I'm not showing you guys everything that I look at all the time. I mean, there are some things I do hold back, but based on the data that I'm looking at right here, it's there's a very good chance that it might just be in your favor by a couple pennies. Let's see what's going on here. What do we got going on in the news? I'm excited about next week. We have the earnings report now. Unfortunately, the thing about the earnings report, I think in the past, is that if we go pull this out to the 1 hour, no, let's do the day. Let's do the day and get rid of a lot of my messy, ugly lines in here. And what I want you guys to see is that in the past when we've had earnings reports, um, oh, you know what? I may be thinking of GameStop. Well, on our last earnings report, we had an up day. We had 2 up days and then 2 down days. That on that earnings report. On this earnings report right here, we had it was a down day the day of the earnings report, but it actually was the day that launched us going into our June run up. In fact, it was the very day the earnings report was the last down day going into the big huge run up in June. Then our earnings report back here in when was this? March 10th. Oh, I remember. I remember that was my wife's birthday. That was my wife's birthday, and we were out. We were out. I had rented a. It was her 40th. Well, she probably won't enjoy me saying her age, but it was her 40th birthday, and she we rented out a boat on the town lake or Ladybird Lake. I don't know what they call it anymore around here. They keep changing names all the time on us, so I'm never sure what to call it. But we had a good time. It was we had a really fun time. Let's see what was the last earnings day before that? Earnings report back here in well, it was 11/2 last year as well, which is going to be our earnings report date this year, and it was down that particular day, but the next day was an up day. And actually, so I think like earnings reports look pretty good for us in the past history, for the most part. So I'm definitely excited about what's going to happen. Man, they have just tried to knock this down as far as they possibly can, haven't they? I personally think, well, you guys know what I think, but um, floor is not really like um, an issue for me. Like I don't have like a floor, but I definitely think $10,000 is doable. I definitely think that's doable. You guys are saying $1,000. I think $1,000 is just the tip of the iceberg. I really honestly believe this can run up to 10. I actually think it can get higher, but 10 is what I would be comfortable saying that I think it can get up to. I think it there's data out there that recommend or not recommends. There's data out there that suggests or supports the idea that this could run up to $100,000 a share. But I I don't know. I tend to think that psychologically, I think that's gonna start at some point numbers are gonna start playing a toll on people's psychological ability to hold. Believe it or not, I really honestly think it may be harder to hold through up periods of time of amazing amounts of money than it is through down periods of time where the price is going down. So it's kind of one of those. It's an interesting thing where we're going to be getting into this period of time where people are going to be looking at the price and they're going to be looking at it and saying like, "Holy crap! I've got more money than I've ever had in my entire life right now, and I just don't want to lose this." Right? That's going to be the psychology going through some people's heads, and so at some point, and I don't know what that breaking point's going to be, we're going to lose some people because they're just not going to want to risk it. But really, what we need to do is, as the whole mantra behind everything is buy and hold, right? You just hold as long as you can. Michael Dieter, welcome to the channel. Hitting us with some positivity right off the bat, aren't you? I heard very similar comments back when we were at the $14 range, Michael. So you would not be the first person to have made a very misinformed comment such as that. So, you're entitled to your opinion. You definitely are. It's a free country, man. But you know what, though? I heard exactly the same thing being said out of people when it was at $14, and we hit 72. So, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I hear you. I hear you. It's been a long 8 months. It has been. But here's the thing. Here you have to look at everything in perspective, Michael. Here's the thing. When was the last time? And this is what cracks me up more than anything. When people suggest that they've been playing this for 8 months. If you've truly been in this for 8 months, then you have more than doubled your money. You've more than tripled your money. You more than likely have at least tripled your money. Let's just stop there at tripled. You've at least tripled your money if you've been in this for 8 months. Now, there is nobody that I have ever met in my lifetime, ever, who can say that they've done that in 8 months' time. Ever. I've never met somebody. Now, you may have met somebody, and that's fine. That's okay. But if you sat there and went to any person who plays stocks and said, I guarantee you I can make 3 times your money in 8 months' time, they would laugh in your face, just like that comment that you posted up there about how you can't even break $36. I sat in Facebook for 2 years waiting to double my money. 2 years waiting to double my money, and I did. You sit here and tell me that it's been a long 8 months. This ain't nothing. This is easy money, super easy money. I'd do this over and over and over again if we could get something like this to happen. So I don't know, man. You say it's been a long 8 months. I tell you, it's been probably the best 8 months I've ever had in my entire trading career ever. Ever. So, I don't know. It is abused by hedgies, 100%. 100%. Thank you, AMC Stockmaster. I appreciate it. You know, that's the thing. It's really the thing. I laugh. I laugh every time I get somebody who says I've been in this for 8 months, and I go like, then you fucking made out. You made out. You've like tripled your money in in 8 months time. Like that shit's unnormal. That's just unnormal, right? Like you don't that doesn't happen to people normally. You know, and we've had since last Friday, we've had like so many stocks that are popping off left and right as eye candy. You know, and I'm not trying to down anybody who's trying to make money on other stocks. What I'm trying to say is that we've seen some abnormalities in the stock market in the last week that are not very normal things to have happen on a constant basis. So I would suggest that there's, you know, a reason why that's happening. But irregardless, it just doesn't really happen that often for people to be able to walk away from a stock and say, you know, I've made 3 times my money in 8 months time. It's just not very usual. It's not something that happens. And I would almost guarantee you that you'll never see something like that again. It's hard to say that right now with so many other stocks popping off, but I think that's for a reason. You know, there's a reason why those other stocks are popping off. Ivan, yes. Salty Dog says his financial advisor quit when he bought AMC. I remember you telling that story. I think that's an awesome story. I think that's really cool. And look at you. I mean, I don't know how long you've been in this play for, Salty Dog, but you know, if you've made money on it, you've made a financial analyst look stupid. You know, and that's the part too is I've told people in the past. I said, you know, go talk to a financial analyst about whether or not you should be in AMC, and they're going to tell you no. They don't believe in squeeze plays as being something where you traditionally should try to put your money because it's a serious risk. It's a serious risk. The counting on other people to hold stocks, that's not what they do. That's not how they manage money. You know what I'm saying? And but what we have here is we have a real movement. We have a real movement of people who believe in something, and you know, I believe, you know, not everybody's a holder. I get that. Not everybody's a holder, but I believe that the majority of the people are holders, and that's what counts. Oh, yeah. Well, if you've been here since January, Salty Dog, you've made your financial advisor look stupid. Here's a question for you, Salty Dog. When was the last time your financial advisor tripled your money in a year's time? Like, ask any ask any financial advisor, can you triple my money in a year's time, and see what they say. See what they say. Watch their reaction. Good morning, Roberto. The Russell 2000 is down today, so that is probably part of the red day we are facing. It's possible. Never. Salty Dog coming back with a never. What if what if a financial advisor came to you, Salty Dog, and said and did tell you that they could make you 3 times your money in a single year? What would you say to them? Would you just sign up for that? Would you just jump in head first into something like that and be like, hell yeah? Or would you be very speculative and be like, come on, what's the catch, right? I would. I mean, who's gonna be an idiot and just throw their money into something where they're like, somebody's like, man, I'll make you 3 times the amount of, I'll make you rich as, 3 times richer in a single year's time. Exactly. Every single one of us would sit there and say that's a scam. I'm not getting in that. That's a scam. So I'm sitting here telling you that it's happened to us. It's happened to us. We all got into this. Well, I don't want to say all of us, but majority of us got into this, or I shouldn't even say majority. Some of us got in since January or maybe February, and we're still here. So for those of you who didn't get in the beginning and you've only been waiting 3 or 4 months, guess who's still in this play? The people who were in it back in January. We've made our money. I've made 3 times the amount of money that I put into this. Why don't I just leave? Why? Because I know there's so much more to be made here. So much more. This isn't even close to the tip of the iceberg. This is the snowflake on the top of the iceberg. This is what we're seeing right now. And there's so much more here, and that's why I'm still here. I'm still here because I know there's more. And I also know that this is one of our only opportunities to try and change the market into a more fair market, not just for me, but for my kids and my kids' kids, for our country. Like, there's some good, serious reasons to be in this play. And that's why I'm still here. Yes, sir. Roberto, third time's a charm. They did it again yesterday. They raised the price on BRK-A by about almost $8,000, I believe, in the aftermarket hours with a 2-share trade. This is it right here. Yeah, it was just under $8,000. They raised the price one more time. So they have 908. At least Bank of America has 908 shares of Berkshire Hathaway, and so you multiply that by the I'm just going to do a rough estimate of $8,000, and that basically gives them equity of about $7.2 million. So they really didn't. They really didn't need a whole lot of equity this time. It started out at 208 million, went down to about 70 to 80 million. This time it was 7 million. So I don't expect this to happen again. I think they're done. If they keep the volume low enough today and the price low enough today, they probably won't have to generate equity overnight again. So I think that'll be over. So where's the SEC? Yeah. I don't know, man. I know where the SEC is. They're right here. They've been here the whole time. Isn't that right, Gazer Beam Gary? Mm-hmm. Good old Gazer Beam Gary over here. He's watching. He's watching. That's where they are. They're watching. I gotta tell you, Roberto, you have to put yourself in their shoes, right? Anytime you want to understand why people are doing something the way they're doing something, put yourself in their shoes and really, really look at it from their position. The Fed doesn't want the stock market to crash. Nobody really wants the stock market to crash on their watch, right? Because that makes you the guilty party. So if I were to insinuate or if I were to hypothesize that our federal government was doing everything it possibly could in order to mitigate the amount of damage that is squeezed from AMC or all of the meme stocks, basically anything that's being shorted by hedge funds, if they were trying to mitigate the damage to the rest of the stock market, don't you think that they would probably do that? And don't you think they would probably do everything in their power to try and mitigate the damage? I would. I know if I was doing their job, I would probably be looking for every possible way to try and mitigate the amount of damage that occurred from that. Because we're making history right now. We're making history, and if they go down in the history books as being one of the worst groups of people to have managed the markets, which will probably be the case if it gets out of control, they'll go down in the history books as being, that guy who was in charge during that time. And nobody wants to be that guy. They don't want to have their legacy tarnished. You didn't even have to write cue the song. I didn't even get to that part yet, Bad Back, and I reached for my mouse, and then I was like, nah, I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna play it. I'm gonna be, and then I saw what you wrote when you said cue the music, but I'm not gonna play it this time. It's got to be just the right time. I decide. Yes, Monty, that is correct. The haircut is coming November 1st. Today is actually the first day where I believe that there's some kind of actions from the haircut that go into place. Yes, what is the haircut? Good question. Let me post up. I don't know if I have a link to that still. Let me see if I can find it. Where did I put? Oh, I have it on Twitter, I think. Oh yeah, guys, I forgot about that Astro video. While I'm looking this up, oh, can I do that? Yeah, I can do that. Hold on a second. Duplicate. There we go. Technology. All right. So while I'm looking for the haircut post that I can link you to, I'm gonna play Astro's video. He purposefully said that he was turned off the revenue on the video, so he doesn't get any revenue from this video. So I assume that what he's trying to say is he wants this out there. So I'm gonna run with that assumption and make an exception and play his material, which is not something that I like to do. I'm gonna make this full screen. I think it's probably worthy of being full screen.
So this goes from I think it's March. Okay, so this is late February to mid-September. There's AMC, GME, BlackBerry, MBIS, COS, Bed Bath & Beyond, Nokia,
This is a couple
Naked,
minutes long, guys. It's not too long.
NCTY, CCRM, and CCIV. These are all of these stocks overlaid on top of each other. They're all on the same cycle. The same logic is being applied to every one of these stocks. But if for one to run, say, 100%, twice, so from point A to point B, 100% here, 100% here, then the duration of that will be fed into another stock to run. So if it takes AMC 6 months to run, from 100% drop, go back to 100%, then a stock like MBIS, if it's on twice that duration interval or half of it, will see the exact same movement, but with half the verticality of that of AMC. These stocks are constantly being traded against each other. And you can see, as one starts to run, all the others will fall. And your typical market analyst will say, oh, well, they're FOMOing, they're closing out of this and buying into that. I assure you that retail is not buying hundreds of millions of shares of individual stock like this. I can assure you that retail is not systematically timing their movements. Thank you. AMC is not having its movements timed by retail. GME is not having its movements timed by retail in the same exact manner, with the same exact signature as that of algorithmic trading and high-frequency trading. It does not happen like that. I don't have a server that is within feet of the NYSE trading floor sending buy and sell orders that are front-running the rest of the world. I don't have real-time short interest data. I don't have real-time securities lending market data. I don't have any of these utilities. I have shadows of them that are days and weeks behind what they actually are, like the FINRA SI report, the failure to deliver data from the SEC. Both take 2 weeks to get to me. Doesn't matter though, right? Because I'm FOMOing from one to the other in the same manner as that happened 6 months before it. Right. This is exactly what's going on. And by running this shit charade, this puppet show, there is a debt that is being accrued throughout each of these transitions. It's a crime scene. Every day from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 business days out of the week. Every day. And there is a massive shit bomb waiting to go off that has spawned because of this. There you go. Anything look a little familiar? How about right here? This is GME. This is AMC. AMC ran up and fell in the same manner as that of GameStop, but just 6 months. 6 months? No, March to 3 months difference from March to June. And what have I been saying this whole time? That GME is 3 months ahead or 9 months behind AMC. They're on the same exact logic tree of whether it's routing orders to the dark pool or using your short exempt privilege as a market maker, authorized participant. It's the same thing. You have criminals exploiting ambiguities in the fine print of how exchanges work, of how brokerages work, of how different utilities work throughout the markets. You will find the exact same patterns throughout all of these stocks. And this is a symptom of.
Okay, so I just want to comment on what he just said right there. And for those of you who've been watching the show for a while, you'll know when I've told you before that when I did the modeling on GME for the price structure, I found some very significant patterns that were in there, and that's where I kind of came up with those 20%, 35%, and I actually do 20, 40, 60 because it was just easier to remember, and the hole at 40 is just as big as the hole at 35. So I just kind of made it 20, 40, 60, but it's really 20, 35, and 60 are the holes where you can find really good points at where to buy the stock, and also good points to where you can sell the stock. So if you look for those kind of patterns, I thought, wow, this is really interesting. I wonder if this holds true. I actually didn't wonder that. I showed my data to some people, and they're like, yeah, but I mean, how do you know that's going to happen on AMC? And I said, well, let's look and compare it to like some other squeeze plays that have happened in the past and see if it holds true. So I went back and I checked out Tesla, and I went and checked out VW, and sure enough, everything holds up. It's like, holy crap, these things trade on patterns that repeat themselves over and over and over. And then I took it a step further. I kind of wanted to test my theory. Took it one step further and said, okay, well, if they consistently trade in these patterns over and over and over, and you can use, you can kind of come up with gaps in their algorithms to where you can find good trading points, then would it be possible to say that you could use that against them and day trade something, right? So I was like, okay, well, what can I find that they're shorting that's like really, really inexpensive and something that I can just test it on, right? And the only thing that came to my mind was Dogecoin. Dogecoin. I was like, actually, the way it came to my mind was where can I go and try and kind of test my pattern to see if my pattern works out. And so the interesting thing is that because Dogecoin is traded 24/7, and there's a little bit of a scaling problem, so I had to kind of adjust the numbers. They're not 20, 40, 20, 35, 60 there. In Dogecoin, it's actually a little bit different, but the 20, 35, 60% do apply to every stock. But in cryptocurrency, it's a little bit different, so I had to modify the numbers. But there were still 3 gaps, and they were just slightly modified numbers. So I went in there and I traded, and made it was like 2 weeks worth of time. I think I put in like, I want to say like $50 or something like that. It was like $50 and made like $150 in 2 weeks. And the only reason that I didn't make more was because of the fact that I made a very bad mistake on one of the points where I decided to go to sleep with while I was still invested in the cryptocurrency, and because it trades 24/7, the dip occurred while I was sleeping, and so I didn't get out early enough. So I would have made a lot more on it, but it was just kind of one of those points in time where I came to this realization, like, holy crap, there's holes in the algorithms that are very significant holes at 20, 35, and 60%. And if you can find those, if you know how to track the data correctly, you can find those holes and you can trade around them. And it's because they continuously use these algorithms and they just don't change them up very much. They only change it based off of the psychology of investors. However people, and I actually believe that they use cryptocurrency as a place to modify their, to slightly tweak the algorithms just based off of the psychological buying and selling pressure of retail. So I think cryptocurrency is a test bed. It's also a place for them to pump and dump. So it's a great place to go and try to test something out like that. So anyways, I just want to say that like I totally agree with what he's saying here. Their methods, the algorithms that they use to trade are completely consistent across all stocks, across the board. Like there's just I haven't found anything that's different yet. I'm not saying it doesn't exist because I think it would be kind of a false statement to say that something's always one way. But so far, majority of it pretty much runs like this. So, anyways, I'll go ahead and let him talk some more.
Too much liquidity in the markets, and concentration of capital, and concentration of order flow. This is not good. This is not good. If you have, and this isn't just in the equities market, this is in crypto, this is in the bonds market, even the fucking warrants market. You can see the same thing. It's a meme CDO, yeah, a meme collateralized debt obligation, yeah. This is what happened in 08, but instead of having meme stocks as your vehicle for crime, you had mortgage-backed securities. And these, it's criminal. It's criminal. And you won't find this video at the top of Reddit. You won't find this video going all over Twitter. You won't find this video as the #1 on the YouTube part of the finance section. This is criminal. This is criminal. And it's going to bite everybody who's participated in it in the ass. And when it does, you're going to have those who spotted it and realized the corruption celebrating for it. Because that will be MOASS. I say this every video, and I will say it again. Anybody who is trying to vilify those doing research, anybody trying to vilify those who are digging, anybody trying to vilify those who are putting in their time, right or wrong, to figure out what the fuck is happening, is one of your shills, one of your hedgies. So when you find a top post on Reddit saying, hey, he's wrong, yeah, I guarantee you that's one of your informational insurgents. This is literally one of the biggest and most obscene informational wars that this country and these markets have ever seen. All of this is information. It's all information. There's a reason why it takes 2 weeks to get failure to deliver data. There's a reason why it takes 2 weeks to get short interest data from self-regulated agencies. Right. There is a reason why it's set up that way. There's a reason why things that are happening in real time take 2 weeks to get to us. The retail trader, the retail investor, the ones who are drinking all day. Right. Unfucking believable. Unbelievable.
Anyways. Let's see. Do I need to keep that up there? Yeah, I do. So yeah, I guess to pretty much most everything that he just said there, I pretty much agree. I think he's so much more technical than I am. It's I wish I could come across as technical as he does, and unfortunately, I can't. But I appreciate the fact of what he's saying. For the most part, I hold true. Yeah, I don't either, Israel. I really don't either. 2 weeks is insane. Or Fintel, like Fintel data, like is delayed by like 2 to 3 months, and by the time we find out what's really been going on, probably everybody else knows except for retail, because we just don't have access to the information. Oh gosh, you guys wrote a lot in here. I have to scroll back up. Bad back. I had to scroll all the way back. I see your tears and laughing. That's good. November 1st, AA rated securities as collateral. November 10th, 010. coming into effect. Not sure whether earnings would affect the cycle in any way, but looking forward to earnings as well between 1st and 8th November. This haircut thing is another false hope. How many times have we been told on this day the rule takes effect and we're gonna just rock it? Just heard it too many times to believe it. Yeah, I hear that, man. And the whole thing with price predictions is we've had so many of those too that it's really difficult for us to believe anything anymore. And I would say to that is that I just don't care about price anymore. I really just don't, like, because it's I'm numb. I'm numb to price. What I care about more than anything, volume. That's what matters the most to me, and we don't have it unfortunately right now, but I do think that it's going to come back. Autism at its best. Yeah, Monty, 100%. The rules are being put into place for a reason. They're putting in place for a reason. I mean, it's the same thing that I just said a little bit ago about the whole idea that nobody wants the market to crash and fail on their watch, right? So mitigation. Congratulations, Michael Dieter. I love it when apes are making money. I am destined to be a small channel forever because I actually care about what it is you guys are writing and I just have to read it. Roberto, I don't know if you're asking me that question, if I think it's going to run in November. I mean, again, like the whole comments of like trying to predict a time and all that kind of stuff, like don't worry about it. It happens when it happens. Really, that's the best attitude to take. Excuse me, if you try to rush this, I'm going to say it again. It's like trying to rush a fine stew. Your meat's going to be tough. Your vegetables won't be cooked properly all the way through. You really want to enjoy the stew, you need to take time. Enjoy the stew. It'll taste better. It'll be well seasoned. Um, Link the video? Okay. Let me see here. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, let's see. Share. Are you kidding me? Copy link. There we go. All right, putting it in here. Give me a second. There you go. There's the link to the video. He's part of the younger generation. I don't know how old you are, Bad Back. I'm older. I'm 45. He's part of a younger generation. They talk different. I think I have bad ADD. He's got the finest form of autism you can possibly imagine, and sometimes I feel like it's that he's thinking on an entirely different level, and but I'm not gonna try and judge somebody because of there being differences. Good morning, Mom. Good to see you. Mom, welcome everybody. Unfortunately, because my video was copyright stricken and will no longer be able to be watched, my mom was unable to see the video of me wishing her a happy birthday yesterday on the stream. So welcome to the show, my mom, and wish her a belated happy birthday. She's a young 65. Well, that's a good point, Mom. That is actually a really good point. I doubt anybody remembers the name of who the SEC. I don't even know if there was an SEC chairman back in the 20s and 30s. I don't even know if that's the case. But what I would say to that is that irregardless of whether or not his name goes down, he has to live with it, right? And nobody wants to live with that. That would be like that would probably be like being a 911 operator during 9/11. You know what I mean? Like you have to, even though you weren't responsible for 9/11, you still had to deal with everything that happened during that. And it probably would have been just absolutely horrific, because they were watching. I hate to be dark, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think that if the stock market does crash like it did in the 2030 era, that we might see things like people jumping off of buildings. I know we've already had one person who's jumped from a building so far. So, um, you know, being in charge of the entire economy as SEC chair, that stuff kind of rides heavy on your shoulders, I would imagine. So, irregardless of whether or not we remember Gazer Beam Gary's name when this is all over, it doesn't really matter. He still has to deal with it, and he's still gonna carry that weight on his shoulders. So, yeah, he's gonna try to mitigate this. And by the way, I lied about her age, but I didn't think she would appreciate me saying how old she is, which I may have let slip yesterday. I'm not sure. I don't recall. But it's a good thing nobody can go back and check. I can, but you all can't. That's funny. I wouldn't. There's going to be many, many halts on AMC. 100%. It's the big thing, right? The big question is whether or not they're going to do complete margin, or sorry, if they're going to do complete market halts across the board. We just saw something just recently roll out to where it gives them the power to be able to completely shut down the entire market for more than just, I think it was 3 or 4 days or something like that. But it's going to extend it. It actually extends out to much longer period of time. In fact, one of my crew, Duncan, one of my comrades at heart, sent me a post about that. Um, a while back here. I'm having to scroll a little bit to where it was that he put it in there. Here it is. What the Reddit crowd does not see is that it is not just 2 days. The 2 days is just initially. There is no backside to how long they can suspend the trading according to the proposal. So there was a proposal out. He's got a link to it here, but I don't see him listed. But the amendment to the rule, and I can put it up here. I can link it. New rule 7.13. Change the rules right before the takedown. Let's see. Notice of filing and immediate effectiveness of proposed rule change to amend its rule to add new rule 7.13, which basically entitles them to be able to take down the stock market to stop trading indefinitely for up to 2 days. Duncan dived into it a little bit more and found out that it was actually a longer period of time than that they could actually indefinitely take it down. So yeah, but I mean, you know, there's definitely things that we're going to have to if you have something that's never happened before, right? There's going to be roadblocks in our path that are going to be put up, and we're going to have to take them in stride as they come. As a community, I think we're gonna work really fast and really well to try and get past some of those roadblocks and make sure that they're not stumbling blocks instead of just roadblocks. So you know, it's going to be something I fully expect there to be some kind of problems along the way. You know, this is not going to just go down as easy as we want it to go down. So just, you know, be ready. Prepare yourself for something you've never seen before. And we'll just have to deal with it when it happens. I would try to go into, you know, the big chunk of the squeeze with no expectations, right? Don't have any expectations, because when you have expectations and they fail, then you become emotional, because it's not happening the way that you wanted it to happen. So have no expectations, but just have plans. And when your plans don't work out, then you move to other plans, right? It's probably the best way to approach a problem. Have backup plans. All right, it's time, guys. It's well past time for me to do technical analysis. We need to take a look at everything here and see what's going on. There's nothing. Well, I mean, there are differences, Sandy, but as far as like what you're trying to say, like, is it possible for AMC to do that? 100%. There is no differences in regards to that. Let me update a couple screens real quick here, guys. I have a feeling I'm going to have to log back into Fidelity. I went too long. Oh, apparently I didn't. Okay, the dark pool started giving in a little there. Okay, here's what we got going. Off exchange is currently reporting 57.75. I believe that was 60 or 59, or I think it was 59 an hour ago. So dark pools, I keep calling it dark pools. Off exchange has come down a little bit. Currently, it shows that they have returned 122,000 shares. It was in 220 an hour ago, so they've borrowed 100,000 shares since then, roughly, which is going to increase the estimated current short share interest up to 16.82%. Highest level of volume for the call side is currently $36. It's gone from 4.7 thousand contracts to 8.4. And on the put side, $34 a strike price. No, sorry, $35 a highest strike price. This hasn't changed from an hour ago. Went from 4.9 thousand contracts to 7.4. So the calls are starting to beat out the puts in volume, but there is a very tight margin between the calls and the puts at 36 and 35. There doesn't seem to be a close runner-up on 35. 34's got a little bit of action on the puts, but not too much. So I think we really are kind of looking at like a 35-ish day to day. But I don't know. We'll see what happens in the kind of like the later half. I think that'll be the surprise kicker if it does happen. Checking out the main page, orders by Fidelity customers. We currently have AMC is not in the top 10 list. What were we, 12th earlier? Or maybe it was 14th. We're in 13th now. Oh, with a really strong 72% buy ratio to 28% sales. Heavy, heavy, heavy buying going on AMC right now, according to Fidelity. Really, really heavy. GME was on the list twice this morning, which I was really happy about. They were 30th, and then I forget what place they moved up to. I want to say it was 24th, and it looks like they're still at 24th with a very healthy 73 to 27 buy over sell ratio. So AMC is almost doing exactly the same amount of buying and selling as GME is, which is really good. I mean, we just have super low volume, so that's the only problem. Get the volume under control. If we can get the volume pumped up, we could see a huge shoot up in price. Shares borrowed from this morning. Looks like they borrowed another 100K here. 150K there. So 150,000 shares borrowed in the last hour, putting us at 2.15 million shares borrowed for the day today so far. Yesterday was 2.65 throughout the day. In the money contracts for the calls, 3.2 thousand. Out of the money call contracts is currently at out of the money, that's correct. It's 216,000. In the money puts 30.2, 63.3 on out of the money puts. This number is just way too high. I'm afraid they keep trapping people into those options. That's what it looks like. NASDAQ is down 0.31%, 32%. Dow Jones is up 0.17. S&P 500 is down 0.1. The market is now starting to decline with 3,513 decliners to 3,477 advancers. So just ever so slightly breaking over to the declining side. Robinhood is down 0.7%. Amazon is down 3.57%. Pretty big losses. Cinemark is down 3.27. Doge is down 4%. GME is down 0.61, and we are down 1.41% for the day today. Our inflow versus outflow currently at a 12 point spread with almost the same exact number. We were like 6 earlier. I think we were like a 6-point spread, and now it's 12. It's like doubled. It's doubled in the spread between the outflow and the inflow, and yet our percentage down is pretty much the same. Shares being traded for the day so far, looking at excuse me. We're looking at about 29.7 million share average pace right now. But the other side to that is that I think there's a really strong suggestion that we could start moving up here later on. But my prediction is 10 to 30 million for the day today. There's no way I'm going to be able to predict an upward swing midday or something like that. I can't predict that on pre-market data. On a 1 hour interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 44.02, which is just a little bit below average. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have what looks to be like way more buying pressure, and it looks like it's probably going to cross over here in the next 30 minutes or less, with RSI at 45.14. So this is looking good for us as a positive indicator. 5-minute interval, it looks like it tried to cross over and didn't quite do it. There's more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI at rated average, right down the middle, 49.66. we have tried to break through this 35.55 a couple times now. Once in the pre-market, once at market open, and if we end up start shooting back up here, we could see a breakthrough, possibly this next time. So if I were to draw like a it would have to be on a much larger scale. I think this is the tipping point right here, honestly. This extension from the top here that I have that's going over like a 4-day, 1, 2, 3, 4-day kind of top pattern here. I think we're about ready to break out of this thing. I want to say this is a descending parallel channel, like a pretty large one. And it looks like we kind of broke out in the pre-market but didn't really go anywhere with it. But I have a feeling that this is really looking like a beautiful cup. Let's see if we form that. And I know what JP is saying right now. Well, he may not be saying it because he's going to owe me a beer here. All right, let's see what you guys are saying here. Yeah, I lied about her age, as rule. Oh, Monty, I am so glad that you just said that. When you all sell, please do not post it. I want to have a serious talk with you guys for just a minute, if you don't mind. I would prefer if you guys, I actually have a place for you to go. And when we get to that point in time to where I think that people may start selling, I'll let you guys know where it is, and you can go there and you can post and you can start talking to each other there. And I'll let you know where that is, and I'll keep in contact with you. But I really think that for the community's sake, like, just silently bow out. I think it would probably be better, and that's it's okay. It's okay if you decide to sell when you decide to sell. That's fine. I do have a safe place for us to go. At least as of right now, it's kind of a safe place. So that's. I think that you have to recognize that there's other people in the play as well, and they may you don't want to psychologically impact them or their decisions. Salty Dog sent a request to Fidelity to extend the auto log out time period, and they're working on it. Dude, I appreciate that. I actually only need like 30 more minutes. 30 more minutes would be beautiful. Because I think as it stands, I think it's just maybe slightly over an hour or about an hour because I get logged out. If I do the technical analysis on the hour every hour, I make it. and it's not a problem. If I miss a technical analysis by like 5 minutes, it tends to log me out. So that's cool, man. That is cool. I appreciate that. Monty saying the volume has to stay low until SEC is ready to turn this baby loose and let it run. Mom saying nice, but your nose grew 2 inches. She's listening to the past. SecDef isn't looked down for every conflict. I agree. I agree. But I still don't think they're going to want to live with the impact. Well, this is certainly taking off. JP's like, get the F out of here. So with this, I'm going to, with this nice little run up, I'll probably stick around a little bit and try and move this a little bit so you guys can continue to watch it as it rises, or declines, one of the two. No, who knows? So, anyways, I'll see you guys when I get back from break. I'll get you some music going here in just a second. I hope the music was good last time around. If it was bad, let me know. If the intermission music is ever bad, let me know, guys, and I can always change it up. See, JP doesn't want me to go on my break because he wants to hit his price. We're gonna find out, I think, today if JP is a man of his word. All right, guys, take care of yourselves, and I will see you. I'll see you back here at 11 o'clock. I love flamenco guitar. One of my first music instructors was a flamenco guitarist. So beautiful. Yeah, I love flamenco guitar. It's just so beautiful. Fred Benedito was my first music teacher, and he actually had some instruction under Andre Segovia. So, in a roundabout way, I had some instruction from somebody who had instruction from Andre Segovia. So, I had my, that was the closest I ever got to the greatest flamenco guitar player ever. I wonder if Fred's still playing these days. I should look up his stuff. Fred Benedetti. I said his name wrong. Oh my gosh, he's looking so old, guys. Talk about suddenly realizing how old you are by looking up your first guitar instructor and seeing that he looks like he's 80. Oh, that's humbling. Yeesh. This is him right here. Let's see if I still have the sound up. Yeah, I do. Amazing guitar player. The guy was just so, and he was such a great teacher. By far one of my more favorite guitar teachers that I've ever had in my entire life.
Hey folks, this is a video for Tango for Four. This is written by Lou Ward, the person who arranged the...
Man, he's looking so old.
Anyway, this is guitar 1. And so, a few things. First of all, the fingerings...
Alright, Fred, let's just get to the music.
And then you come back to this. Okay. And then this kind of syncopation.
It looks like he's doing classes online.
And then you stay. Okay, here is a run through of all of guitar 1, Tango for 4.
Oh.
I'm putting the metronome at 72.
I know what this is. So he's doing online courses, and apparently he must have just.
Supremely fast.
This is gonna be something really basic.
Everything: the repeats, the segno, and the coda. Okay. All right. Of course, we have.
Well, he had so much more pep when he was younger. His teaching style has definitely changed over the years. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find him playing something.
Hi, everybody. This is going to be the. I'm going to be going over the part of In the Hall of the Mountain King. Okay, those are kind of the 3, 4, 1.
Yeah, this is all teaching tutorials. I'm living down memory lane. Sorry, guys. That's good to know he's still alive. Anyways, living down memory lane. You know what time it is, guys. It's time to do a little technical analysis. Let's do it here. Let's see what we got going on here. Nice little run up to 36.63. I wouldn't necessarily call it a bull trap. I think that they definitely stopped the run. What I really want to see happen is that they had to borrow a lot of shares to prevent this from continuing to go up. So let's go ahead and check all of our data here and see what indeed is happening. I do want to note that we took a run and nobody else did. Nobody else. Everybody else on the list did not take a run. That is... sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Bullish pennant, yeah. I was when I was away on break, one of my admins had texted me and said that there was a bullish pennant forming. That's obviously whenever you have a flagpole that goes up like this, the pennant should last for about the same amount of time. So 11:21 to 11, let's call it 11:31, so a 10-minute run. So the problem is this pennant would have had to have broken out after 10 minutes. So basically from 11:32 to 11:42, so right around here is where it should have broken out, and it didn't. Right? That's where I feel like your pennant should have broken out. And I mean, if it did break out, it wasn't a very strong one. But I'll tell you what, though. Remember the Hilbert sine wave? And if I take this right here, if you just looked at this, let's take this image. If you take this image right here, right, ignoring my trampoline, and you scroll out, and the one thing that you have to remember about the Hilbert sine wave is that whenever the pattern repeats itself on multiple time intervals, then what you end up having is a very strong sign towards a breakout going north. And you know what north means. So look at that. I mean, look at those two patterns right there. You can almost see it right there where it's playing out to. So Hilbert sine wave. Look it up, learn it, memorize it. Pretty amazing, isn't it? You can almost see exactly where this is going to move to next. Yep, JP, you are paying attention. I wasn't. Sorry. I was living down memory lane there for a moment. Wait, where? Oh, I was like, where did my trampoline go? All right, let's take a look at the data. I want to see them borrowing a lot of shares right now. That's what I really want to see. Let's look at it. I'm gonna have to log back into. Give me a second here, guys. Oh man, I'm seeing data, guys, that I'm bullish. I'm really bullish. It looks good. All right, off-exchange data is heading back up. We went from 57 to 59.29 in the last hour. Borrowed amount changed. You know, I haven't refreshed that. Let me refresh it real quick. Borrowed amount change is at a return of 205, which is up from 122 earlier, which is going to decrease our estimated short share interest of the free float down to 16.8. Oh man, the options. Oh man, the options. I didn't even see this yet. Oof. I'm not sure if this is good or bad. So the call options at $36 strike price went from 8.4 thousand contracts to 53.2 thousand contracts. 53.2. From 8 to 53 in an hour. In an hour. That's pretty hefty. On the put side of things, 35 is still a strike price. It went from 7.4 to 15.2. We have a, oh man, I'm going to have to use a calculator for this one because it seems like at least a 4-to-1 ratio. Probably not. It's just maybe just under 3.5% ratio to 3.5 times, right? 3.5 times more volume in call volume than put volume on the highest level strike price. Yeah, that's pretty nasty. I'm not sure what's good. I'm not sure if this is great or not. We'll see. Well, at the end of the day, we'll know. At the end of the day, we'll know. Options by Fidelity, we've moved into the top 10 position with currently 67% buy ratio to 33% sell ratio. Looking really, really strong there. I imagine GME is still on the list here. Let's see where they're at here. GME looking really good at 23rd position with 73% buys at 27% sales. Looking really good for GME as well. Liking what I'm seeing. Me likey, me likey. All right, let's see some borrowed shares here. Wow. Nothing. They're not borrowing. $7,000 contracts in the money on the calls. This number right here is still way too high on the out of the money call contracts. 71,000 contracts out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is down 0.06. The Dow Jones is up 0.2. The S&P 500 is up 0.07. We currently have the market slightly declining over advancing with 3,772 decliners to 3,278 advancers. Robinhood is down 0.61%. Amazon is down 2.8%. Cinemark is down 3.32%. Doge is down 2.86%. GME is up 0.17%. We are up 2.09%. With an inflow versus outflow, I'm going to laugh. I can't help myself. An inflow versus outflow of 21 points. I'm just at a loss for words on that. 21-point spread with more outflow than inflow, and yet we're up to a little over 2%. We are absolutely destroying my volume prediction, which I'm completely okay with. But currently, let's see where we're at here. We're on pace for 48.9 million shares traded for the day today. So I'm going to blind you guys here in just a second. In 3, 2, 1. And what I want to show you guys here is I'm just going to put this in as an estimation. If let's say, for example, that we can manage to hit 50 million shares traded for the day today. that would have us up 111%. So we're actually going to need to have a higher volume. I would suggest that we would need to see a little bit higher volume than that. Let's see what 70 million looks like. That's close. If we can hit, let me just go back and check other data here. No, I think that's good enough. I'm gonna go with 70. If we can hit 70 million, no, I think we could actually go lower. Let me see what 50 was again. Yeah, there's a very. Let's try to get 70 million. If we get 70 million shares traded for the end of the day today, which is I know is a bit of a stretch, I might be willing to suggest that today is the first day of below. And that means that we're coming into some very strong movements and price coming up. Let's suggest that we just close today at 39 bucks from yesterday's price close. That would be a total of $10 or 10.7% up in value, which would be a very strong move. If we hit those numbers, 39 and 70,000, I would consider today the blow. So we'll have to see what we end up getting on an end basis, but that would be a very strong indicator to me. I think that we would be moving towards that range. I think I would accept something as low as yeah, I think I would accept something as low as 38 and 70,000 shares. I would accept that for blow. It sounds so wrong when I say it like that. I would accept low at $38. Ivan's saying let's go to 38. I don't know, Duncan. It's a possibility. I would have to study the I would have to study the options chain to kind of figure that out, especially for next week. Let me look at next week real quick. There's a lot of pressure on 40 for 30 for next week, but not a whole lot of open. There's just not a whole lot of open interest there. Not enough. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no to that. If there's a lot more open interest set up for next week, then that would probably be the case, but I'm just not seeing it. That doesn't mean that it can't form up though over the day today. And the week after that's even worse. So yeah, I would say no. I'm going no for that. I think it's interesting that that they ran the price back down right exactly to that 20% mark again, and they couldn't. It looks like they couldn't push it past through there. Oh, I forgot to check intervals. On a 1 hour interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, obviously, with a RSI at 58.7, a little above average there. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 60.44, which is just halfway between being too much and just average. on a 5-minute interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60-60. So the indicators don't really look very strong for forward momentum. But again, let's do a little experimentation. I'm going to do this backwards. Let's go to the day chart and let's take a picture of the day chart. I think I want to take a picture of this one. Maybe, maybe not. Well, we don't know what the end result of this one is yet, so the day chart would probably be best if I did this one. Although I don't know that it's going to necessarily make a whole lot of sense. Yeah. I think we're on this section right here, possibly. It's either this section right here. I think we're on this section right here right now. So this is a picture of the January to June run up, and this is our current daily track pricing. And so you kind of have you have that first rundown right here. Let's see if I can put, so first rundown, first spike up, or second, let's see, undo. Oh, you can't, are you serious? It won't let me undo that? What kind of crappy, what kind of crappy software am I working with? I know who's cringing super hard right now. Is this gonna get rid of? Okay, cool. Okay, that works. So we got first dip, first run up. Second dip is much smaller, right? And this is our second dip right here. Second run up would be this one right here. So now we're looking at our third dip, which should be right here, which is what we're on right now. Third run up doesn't quite make it back up to the top from where we're at right here, right? Fourth dip being right here, basically almost drops you back down to whatever this ends up getting to. And then you have your fourth run up, fifth dip, and fifth run up. So we got 4. So 1 1, 2 2, 3 3, 4. This should go down further. 4 4, 5 5. Hilbert sine wave. We'll see what ends up happening. I would expect this to turn back around though. Please tell me AP's not watching. Ivan, I wouldn't go that far. So this is just the beginning phase of moving up in the progression of our stair stepping upwards. So I would not say huge. If I had to give kind of like if you wanted me to give an estimate, and I hate price predictions. I know we all hate price predictions. If I had to give you some kind of price prediction, give me a second. Because I really feel like today is basically, what was this? This was May 27th. Let me just verify. No, May 24th. Is there? Sorry, let me zoom out a little bit here. Try to give you a little bit better. May 24th. So how long did that take? 2 days there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. 1, 2, so 4 to 1. 1, 2, 3 should be 6 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. I'm kind of expecting a good run up on Monday. A pretty decent run up on Monday. That'd be 4 days. 14 to 19. Maybe like hold on one second. I gotta pull up an Excel sheet. Between Monday and Thursday in total, I would expect maybe about a 35% increase in price totaling between the days, somewhere around that about. It's really difficult for me to say. But, I would suspect somewhere around like maybe like a 35% increase from like Monday to Thursday in total. But that's not even the big portion of it, right? The big portion of it. So whatever we end in price today, let's suggest that we end the price today at like 37. Maybe 38. Let's just go on 38 because I think some of us think that it might get there. If we say 38 and we say a 35% increase in price, that would put us at like 51 by Thursday. But I think that there's some weird, funky stuff happening with the pattern to where 1, 2, 3 days would actually be 9 days. So I think it's actually going to take longer than that. I think it's going to take, what did I say? 4, 2. Yeah, 3 times. 1, 2, 3, 3 days, 3 to 9. So that's actually going to take 9 days. So I lied. It's going to take Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So a week and 4 days to get up that 35%. So within the next 2 weeks, we'll be up 35%, is what I'm thinking. So it's going to be kind of a slow drive up at first. It's going to be a slow drive up, but I think it's going to be well worth it. This is, you know, if we start running up on Monday, you know, little bit by little bit, we're probably looking at like a nice gradual increase for like the next 2 weeks. 1.5 weeks. 1.5 weeks. Max pain this week as a rule is $36. I'm sorry, I left it on the 30-minute. That's all I got to say, guys. Hilbert sine wave. Hilbert sine wave. Again, for reference purposes, this is, can I draw in here? Oh, I can. Nice. The time frame this is the daily chart, daily candlesticks or daily interval. So each one of these hash marks here is a day. And what you essentially have here is you have the January time frame to June. Run up. That's what I copied. Just an image of January to June. And the Hilbert sine wave basically says that, you know, if you have this sine wave pattern repeating itself over and over in different time intervals, then essentially what you have is you have a high probability of price increase happening to your stock currently in its current time frame. And so this is a daily chart from back in January. The same exact pattern formed from June to current. And so I'm showing you guys the different peaks and valleys here, and I'm saying like after enough of these, you have, you know, there's going to be a little bit of stair stepping, like in this one right here, where you see I drew a circle and said we're in the down part of this pattern right now, of the three, and that's what's happening right here. And there's going to be a little upticks as it's moving down, but it looks like it shouldn't get much lower than perhaps here. I think it's either that. Yeah, I think it's that one. It shouldn't get much lower than this, and then would be the pattern to where it starts to move into step 3. I should get rid of that. Step 3, where it kind of ekes its way back up, maybe half the distance, a little more than half the distance, goes back down into the fourth pattern down, and then a big fourth pattern up, a fifth pattern down, which is just a very small amount, moving into your fifth movement going upwards. So that's kind of what our day is looking like for today, right here. So, yeah, we'll see if it turns out. It's definitely looking the same. I just so happen to draw my my trampoline right in the wrong spot. Let's see if I can draw it in the right spot. I wonder if that would be a hoot. Let's see here. Oh, I can't look at both at the same time. Come on. Let's see. I've got to put it back over here. So let's see. Those are blocks. One single block. So this is 1, 2 blocks. from here to here would be 2 blocks. I'll put the trampoline right here. $13.52 is the middle of the trampoline. Let's see if we can bounce off that baby. I hope you guys are being nice in Spanish. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna check. Sandy, I don't. You know, one of the most interesting things about my channel is that I feel like I have a very diverse group of people here, and I love that. I love the fact that we have such a diverse group of people. It tells me that, you know, everybody's getting something out of this, which is good. I'm liking that. I'm loving it. Data should transcend uh, people's nationalities or heritage. Data is raw. JP, you said you couldn't wait for my beer uh, power hour. I can't wait either. I'm looking forward to it. Come on, shorts. Come on, naked shorts. Who doesn't love naked shorts? Naked shorts are good. I'm checking Twitter right now. I've got a couple things that I'm working on in the background that I'm waiting for responses on. See, this is really confusing to me. I'm having it happen again. Um, yeah, I really don't know what to make of this. I wonder if there's a way to transfer this picture to my phone. Oh, you know what? I don't need to. Just take a picture of it.